Sir, you're charged with especially aggravated kidnapping. You're also charged with aggravated assault, and you're charged with theft of a firearm worth less than $2,500.
You're talking about stuff that is not relevant.
Hello and welcome to the Court of Public Opinion. I am the Recovery Addict, and boy do I have a case for you today.
Why is the dog chewing on this guy?
I think they have got the wrong guy there.
Got the wrong guy, and the dog was biting him.
He roughened him up quite a bit. There's a lawsuit.
9 out of 10 judges prefer watching the Recovery Addict live stream in their court.
The fireworks are not done.
Now we're getting commentary on the case. Dahil mihi Anglican for interpret what he said. I didn't ask you to interrupt me.
All rise. Court is now in session. Judge Newman presiding.
Newman's back in the house. Welcome to the Court of Public Opinion. I am the Recovery Addict. Thank you so much for joining me today. Happy Thursday morning. We have one more day left. One more day left until Friday, till podcast day, as we call it around here. Podcast day. Super excited about that as well. I think I'll have something to say about the fighter jet on podcast day. We've sort of just flown over that story briefly. Maybe we talked about it, but we bailed early. No, we'll talk about it later. We'll talk about it early. Oh man, interesting story. Embarrassing day to have lost a $100 million jet this week. But I'm glad they found it in pieces. But they found it, and nobody got seriously hurt. So that's all good. All right, we have some dilemmas ahead of us. Some dilemmas. First of all, we have a birthday to celebrate, and it was yesterday, and it's the you know how you have your first birthday is when you're 1. What's it called when you're 0? What it's actually your birthday, right? We have a birthday to celebrate. Let's see. I did not get permission to show a picture, so I can't do that. But let's see. Jack Tyler, 7 pounds, 15 ounces, 19 inches long. Congratulations to little Jack. Mama looks like she's doing well. Tish, I bet you're over the moon in this one. It's one of our great mods. Loving it. To be clear, I think it's not her child, right? This is my understanding. Is it a sister? Tish, is that I should have asked you before. But let's see, I'm not sure if Tish is here. She's probably holding a little baby right now and loving every minute of it. But big congratulations there for Tish and the family and Jack, whose birthday was yesterday, I believe. So congratulations there. Anyone else have a birthday we need to celebrate today? When is Sarah Boone trial? Ooh, that's one we need to pull up and double check just to make sure nothing happens, because I thought we had a hearing coming up. Orange County. We'll do a quick check here. Come on. Wait for it. I'm not a robot. There we go.
Is that correct?
That's correct. All right, the latest we have scheduled for trial on 10/2. But there's a pre-trial conference that was supposed to happen on 9/20. That was yesterday. There was supposed to be a pre-trial conference yesterday, and I did tell you we were going to talk a little bit about what was going on in the Sarah Boone case. So let me give you some updates while we wait for the official update. If anyone's able to follow that, I did not see the live stream of the hearing if it happened yesterday. What more do you need to see? But her new lawyer, Sarah Boone's new lawyer, has been hard at work. This is our good brother Winston E. Hobson.
Kick back, taking it easy.
I apologize.
Winston E. Hobson from Florida Bar. He's based out of Orlando. He's been assigned to her case, and the first thing he does is file like a 4-page document where he calls this defendant's notice of appearance, demand for jury trial, written plea of not guilty, notice of intent to participate in discovery, demand for discovery, all favorable, and impeachment information. So basically, give us everything. We're going to court. We want to make this happen. So we're going to read this letter. Basically, the gist of it is that there should be court next month on the 2nd. And I guess I don't know if the lawyer thinks he can get ready. The defendant hereby gives notice of his intent to participate in discovery. Oh, his instead of her. That's interesting. I guess he made a little typo. I think he copied and pasted. But the defendant is now a male. The man, Sarah Boone, is going to participate in discovery and request that the state of Florida disclose to the defendant and permit the defendant to inspect, copy, test, and photograph the following information and material within the state's possession or control within 15 days after service of this notice or as soon as possible thereafter. The state's probably tired of doing this, honestly. They've given all this tough stuff to so many lawyers. So this is just standard. They want a list of names and addresses of all persons known to the prosecutor to have any information that may be relevant to any offense, charge, or any defense thereto, or any similar fact evidence to be presented at trial. Tell us, everybody you've got on your list who might have anything to have to do with this, or anything that might be used in her defense. They want a statement to any person whose name is furnished in compliance with preceding subdivision. The term statement is used here and includes a written statement made by the person and signed and otherwise adopted or approved by the person, and also includes any statement or any kind of manner made by the person and written or recorded or summarized in any writing or recording. So basically, tell us everything you heard, recorded, they jot down on a napkin and signed. It doesn't matter where you got it. We want a copy of it. They go on any written or recorded statements made by the defendant, so all the videos, including a copy of any statements contained in police reports or report summaries, together with the name and address of each witness to the statements, any written or recorded statements and the substance of any oral statements made by any others charged in this case. This is just a form letter because there's no one else charged in this case. Any tangible papers or objects that were obtained from or belong to the defendant, whether the state has any material or information that's been provided by a confidential informant, whether there's been any electronic surveillance, including wiretapping of the premises of the defendant or the conversations to which the defendant was party. These things are not relevant in some cases. This is clearly a form letter. He didn't even change the his to her. But what this is doing, he's asking for any sorts of search and seizure stuff, any electronic surveillance, any reports of statements made in connection to the case, physical and mental examinations, scientific tests, experiments, comparisons, tangible papers or objects that the prosecuting attorney intends to use in the hearing, that were obtained from or that did not belong to the defendant, any tangible paper. They want every scrap of evidence, everything they've collected that might have anything to do with this case shown to them. Now, here's what I think here. This is the precursor letter to the next letter or the next motion that is going to be filed by this honorable attorney. Because the next thing is going to be, Your Honor, there is so much evidence, I need more time. And so for that reason, I don't think we're going to be in court in 10 days. Or 11 days, whatever the math adds up to. I don't think that's going to happen. I just don't think first of all, he's got 15 days from the date he filed this, which was 9/16, to receive it. There's no way. I mean, they could be in full compliance, giving him a big, huge banker's box full of documents or a whole pallet full of stuff 2 days before court. And that's just not going to work. That's not going to fly. So we're going to see this case, unfortunately, push out. That's going to be, I'll put my money on that one. It's going to push out. If it doesn't, I will send Sarah Boone a mug. He won't get to her. Jail will confiscate it, and they might call me. But maybe a sticker of a mug. Do you think she could get stickers? Anyway, they want the most recent score sheet prepared for this case against the defendant. Any material evidence that they have. The identities, who provided information, prosecutions, investigations, possible prosecutions, which could be brought against any witness that testifies in this case. Yeah. So he he pretty much was very thorough, other than the mess up of the gender of his witness, which I'm not sure if he's met with yet. That might be his confusion. He's asking for everything. So that was on the 16th. On the 20th, that's yesterday, there was supposed to be a pre-trial conference. I'm willing to bet that pushed. Did anybody see that? Did anybody see that? Cachette, thank you very much. You gifted a membership first thing in the morning. I missed who that went to. But yeah. KT, a lot of people have reached out to me about this court case. A couple things about this court case. This is the Take Care of Maya court case, or the Netflix movie Take Care of Maya was inspired by this court case. A few things. This is a civil trial. This is a civil case, so they're suing for money. No one goes to jail at the end of this trial. Okay, so it's a little bit different. And the facts of this case are tough. They're very tough. You've got a child who was ill, who was taken to a children's hospital, and the hospital interpreted the signs of the illness to be abuse, and had the child taken away from the family. And the mother, during the time that the child was taken away from the family, took her own life. And so the lawsuit is over the fact that the hospital wrongly took the child from the family and blames the family for abuse, and then thus caused the mother taking her own life. Heavy topics to cover. Very heavy topics. And very difficult ones. Just if we were to watch this and talk about it in chat, it causes problems with YouTube. When words that have to do with taking your own life occur frequently in chat, YouTube says, we don't want to touch anything like that. So just be mindful of that. I realize that is a big case, and there's a big push for justice for this family, which honestly, I don't know the facts of this one. I have not even seen the Netflix movie, but I don't think I can cover that one because of a couple things, because of the allegations of abuse, and we try to steer clear of child abuse situations as much as we can, for a few reasons, but I won't go into all of them right now, and also because of the taking of your own life. So that's a difficult one to address on this platform. I feel like I've got like a piece of lint on my lips somewhere. You guys, you'll tell me if it's there, right? Okay, is there a seat available in RA's studio? Just the one I'm in. So you'd have to evict me to get rid of that one. Okay, so comments are not popping up on screen. That's always fun when that's the first one. The first one I really should put up on screen is this one right here, which is Kim R. Congratulations. We have a habitual offender here. Kim, you were first in chat. First in chat wins the internet for the day. So congratulations, or my condolences. Everything IP related and the maintenance thereof is squarely on your shoulders for the rest of the day. So hope you enjoy that, and then enjoy chat as well and everything else we do here. Appreciate your willingness to jump right in there. It's a heartbreaking case, Amy. It's terrible. It's terrible. I do think if these claims are correct, okay, which it seems that they have some credence to them from just on the surface from what I've seen. If these claims are correct, what they're doing, this civil suit is the right way to seek some sort of restitution. Although you can't. There's no amount of settlement that will make everything better. That suddenly it's like, oh, now we don't miss our loved one anymore because we have enough money. Money doesn't fix that. It doesn't fix a hole in the heart. You can't do that. I'm talking about emotional, not physical. But it is the right thing to do, because I do believe that civil suits with a a punitive award at the end are a warning to other people who are in a situation where the decisions they make matter, and they impact a lot of lives. So it's tough to see an institution that has done so much good for so many children and helped so many people, literally, that some people, they've saved so many children's lives, be accused in this case of doing something that ended up taking a life indirectly. So it's very, very, very tough. Anyway, for that reason, we won't be covering that trial because of the difficulties we've mentioned and a few others that I haven't. But the Netflix movie is Take Care of Maya, right? Taking Care of Maya. I think it's Take Care of Maya. But that case is starting. I believe Law and Crime is covering that civil case. And that does start this morning. Yeah, KT, I understand. I understand anyone who wants to do this. I agree. It is an important case. I'm not minimizing it at all. It's just one that is very difficult for us to cover. It's a heartbreaking documentary. Did I get my suit ordered yesterday? Mary, yes, I did. I went to a place in Kinston. It's funny because downtown Kinston, Kinston's an old town, right? It's got a lot of history way back before the Civil War. And going downtown Kinston, I think I was on Main Street, and there was a store called, it was like H Stadium or something. It was a sort of weird name. But a friend of mine bought a suit there and said, hey, I really recommend them. Their prices are great. And that's when my ears perked up. Their prices are great and it's good quality. And I said, hey, those are the two things I'm looking for in a suit. And hopefully, the third thing would be that it fits. And so I did go down there and tried on several suits and picked one out that I think I like. And they're going to make all the proper modifications so that it will fit. So that will be good. But we're gonna try on a suit there and see how it goes. Well, I did try it on. I bought it, and now I just have to wait for them to stitch enough clothing into it so it'll fit me. I'm just kidding. They're tightening and tucking and hemming and all the rest. Let's see. Did you go back to see if the marshal's pulling the guy out of court? It took quite a bit, but I didn't look anything. I scrolled back through it. I didn't see any bustle of activity, so it may have actually happened in the hallway. Yeah, it's tough. But man, Judge was not happy about that. She felt sort of like she was used as the bait for the marshals to get their guy, and now she doesn't get to dole out justice. Mela's mom, yes, I saw that. I have not recorded it. I would like to air that if I can get it to work properly. Because of how it's played through, it plays advertisements, and I need to cut those out. But the Power Wheel arrest, I think that was wasn't that in Arkansas? I think that was in Arkansas. I was expecting a pit maneuver. I really was. I was expecting a pit maneuver on the Power Wheel, but we'll try to look at that. If not today, another day. Covering another trial soon. There's one trial. I know we've been at Judge Boyd for a little while. She has one trial that starts today. It's a jury trial, and we've liked her trial so far. The first one we covered just had a painfully slow talking defense attorney, and I'm hoping we just get a good normal speed defense attorney today. But we're going to try to follow that one as well as do a little bit of research on some other trials that we can follow. What's a Power Wheel? A Power Wheel is it's a toy car typically designed for kids. It's battery powered, so it uses it's like a mini car battery, like a 6-volt battery or a couple 6-volt batteries, and then the gas pedal is usually like an on or off type pedal, so you're either going or you're not, and it has 2 speeds and maybe reverse. No lights, plastic. They usually, I think they run cost-wise between about $200 and $500, and you can get some really expensive ones, but it's a children's car. It's a high-end little toy for kids called Power Wheels. Yep. And the full-grown man was driving one at night on the street, and I believe he was drunk. Yes, Sally B, we talked about that. Talked about the reasons why, as terrible as that case is and as important as it is, why we're not able to cover it here on YouTube. It's a very challenging one for us. She spent the afternoon yesterday doing jury selection. It was interesting to hear the pros and deaf going through the selection questions. What was the case again? What's the case about today? Let's see. Judge Boyd's next jury trial. I watched voir dire. It looks like a DV case with nearly zero forensic evidence. A lot of questions about the weight of spoken testimony alone. It's going to be a he said, she said. Wow. It might be fast. Amy M says, look up Reed Duran, please. I will do that right now, Amy. Okay, kidnapping. Oh, he's competent to stand trial. Let me look at this really quickly. Interesting. He's a doppelganger for somebody I know. A Greene County judge has determined that Reed Duran is competent to stand trial. He's from Fairborn, impersonating a parent and planning to drug and kidnap a child. Oh, my goodness. The school recognized he was acting oddly. The school intervened. On the same day, the attempted stabbing of a police officer by Duran was caught on camera. Whoa. Okay, so 3 counts by a grand jury. He's charged 1 count of attempted kidnapping, 1 count of felonious assault, and 1 count of escape. This guy does sound a little bit off his rocker, but he's been ruled able to stand trial, and the trial starts for October 30th with the backup trial date. I like how they have a backup, with the backup trial date of December 4th. Okay, this would be an interesting one. Where's Fairborn? Ohio. I think Ohio's a friendly state to get some video from. Okay, so that's one we'll put on the back burner. Thank you, Amy. That's an interesting one. Let's see. I heard on the news Murdoch pleading guilty today for his financial crimes. Will that be live? Jamie, those are the federal crimes, right? He's pleading guilty to federal crimes. Federal courts are almost never televised. So it probably won't be live. There's today's case right there. I'm going to pin this one because we're going to be watching for that. It starts a little later. Oh, the 8-passenger case. Where did I read about the 8-passenger case? There's so many cases. Let's see. This is out of Utah. Oops. Let's see. Oh, okay, that's why. 8-passenger is the YouTube channel. That's why. Ruby Frankie and Hildebrandt, Jody Hildebrandt. We've got. This is a tough one. I had family call me up and say, "Will you please cover this?" This happened in my neighborhood. I don't know. This is a tough one. This is going to be a ways out as well. This is. I don't think it's going to happen very quickly. But that is a very disturbing child abuse case as well. DSN gifted 1 membership. Thank you very much, DSN, for that. I appreciate that. 8-passenger. I'm gonna have to put some thought into it. The part that strikes me as somewhat intriguing, that might let us bend the rule a little bit, which I hesitate doing, is the fact that you've got a medical professional that appears to have been prescribing treatment, like this type of abuse as treatment, if that's what I've gathered correctly. That I want to know how that shifts burden, if it does at all, and what happens there. Dr. DJ's videos on 8-passengers. I rescue dogs. A lot of people watched Boyd's selection afternoon after I had to go out and get fitted for a suit, which I did successfully. I will tell you that I actually found the suit I wanted without any help from the salesperson, which is pretty impressive because you walk into a suit store and it's just racks of suits. I found not only the suit I wanted, but the size I wanted. And then when he came and helped me find the right size, it was the suit I had selected already. So I like to think it's a win. Let's see, the Ruby and Jody Hildebrandt case, or Ruby Frankie and Jody Hildebrandt, is going to get dark, fair warning. Thankfully, no children died but that they went through a lot. It was really bad. Yes, and because of that, just be aware. Because of that, it may be not open to cameras because of the children victims, because there are going to be children testifying in this case, and the judge may close the courtroom for the entirety of it, because that's really the crux of the whole case is about the children. So it may not even be open to the public. So it might just be, observing from the outside. Pregnant niece uncle is on trial for murder. I saw that one. What color is your suit? It's my last suit was a charcoal, which at least it started out being charcoal and now it's like frayed. But I went a little bit lighter. So it's a darker gray, but it's a fairly light colored suit. Keep the commission if you find your own suit. No, Noah, the guy who helped me out, did a great job. He was absolutely, other than the fact that when he was pinning the back of my suit to sort of tuck to take a little bit out from the middle, which was, made me feel good, even though I knew that I need to modify my body shape, not as much the suit shape. But when he did that, he pinned the suit to my shirt on the inside. And so I went to take it off and it was attached to my shirt. But other than that, it worked. Thank you, Megan. Appreciate that. Good to have you popping in. Let's see, Andrew S. Good day from Perth, Australia. Thank you for your live stream, as I'm a 1 week new member. Thank you, Andrew. We're sort of jumping around a little bit this morning as we get ready for a brief trial in Judge Boyd's courtroom, and we're also looking for one of the longer trials that we can follow as well. We're just really picky about which trial we choose. For the kids, I hope that it's a closed trial. Yeah, I've got some, I would say, distant family that moved to the same area where she lived, and this basically went down in their neighborhood. So they know them. There's connection there, and they called me up and said, "Are you going to cover this?" And even if it doesn't go to trial, if it doesn't have open cameras, it would be easier to cover than if it did, I think. So we'll see what the rulings are. They have 1,200 YouTube videos to go through, and that's just the 8 Passengers channel. Yes, there's tons of video. The suit is for my my volunteer work in my church. They asked me to take on a role that will involve, of all things, public speaking, which I dread public speaking, but I thought I should at least look good if I do it. So at least I'll have the appearance of. Anyway, that's what it's for. See, assume that you would have went with the color blue. No. I didn't. They asked me if I wanted the blue, and I turned it down. Adriella Hillis, thing about 8 Passengers and LV is that a lot of YouTubers try to paint an entire religion with that brush. So if we do anything with them, let's be respectful of that community. Adriella, thank you very much for saying that. A lot of times we get a defendant who happens to be part of a specific group, and we look at that and say, well, clearly they're like the poster child for the group, and that's not the case. Almost always the defendant is an outlier and doing things that that group that they're a part of even is adamantly against. And so I appreciate you saying that. It's being respectful of a larger group that's especially a religion, things like that. But I really appreciate you saying that. Let's see. Lots of layers. There's a ton there. Just pretend you're on YouTube in front of thousands of people if you get nervous. If I get nervous, I'll be telling stories about YouTube. That's what happens. It's good. The craziest thing happened the other day. Let's see. Jury selection just popped in the right time. Thank you. Yep, it's case starts today. I've done a little choir singing, Holly. I'm not very good. Once you get out of like that repertoire of Happy Birthday to You and let's see, what else can I sing? Not much. Really, that's more like my sweet spot of where I'm comfortable hitting the notes and feel I can do a pretty good job. But you get me in with some other songs, and I need some help. Pickles, not religions, says Shells. Yes. We're trying not to bring in religion more than need to, unless it's a key element of a case. That it really doesn't belong in that. Let's see. Somebody just sent me a link. Okay, I don't know who sent me this. Thank you for this. It just came across the burner phone. First time message from area code 414. Says at 58:43 during yesterday's stream, the judge is doing attendance and says, Pete Garcia, a guy with a beard along the aisle, stands up and says, here. At 1:36:47, it's hard to see due to three people standing in the middle of the courtroom, but two big guys walk in and stop at Pete Garcia. Pete looks up at the two guys. Pete then stands up and leaves with two guys, along with the lady in yellow. Boom! The feds moved in. So it took him a little over half an hour after he announced his presence to say, "Let's do this. Let's pull the trigger." Relish, not religion, Mike. I like what you say there. Just like with politics, I believe that religion and politics should have a place in our lives, but it's very difficult to make that place here on YouTube. I believe in being politically active and being active in a religion as well, and it's just trying to share that or argue that or discuss that on YouTube is the worst possible platform for doing that. Okay, Red Pen, hope everything goes well with your appointment. We'll see you when you get back. Have you seen the Delphi murder updates? Yes. Oh my goodness. Bizarre, Samantha. There's another one. There will probably not be cameras in that courtroom. I know as far as interest goes, that is off the charts high. I mean, it's right up there with Brian Koberger. But because of the content, I don't think they're going to allow cameras. Let's see. Justice Obsessed, with your new volunteer role, does that mean you're released from your responsibilities with the youth? Yes, I've switched. So now I deal with more adults and fewer youth. So my Wednesday meeting changed to a Tuesday meeting is what happens, I think. But I don't have as many of them. They're just longer when I have them. Let's see. I've ordered the suit. They said it won't be ready for like 3 weeks. 3 weeks. They said October 11th, I think. Did you get the church gig the other night for doing the filming, or did you turn it down when they said they wanted you to wear vertical eyebrows at all times when filming? I turned down the church gig. They approached me. The church approached me and said, "Hey, will you bid on this on live stream and producing this event?" And I looked at it and said, "No, I won't bid on it. But if you need me, I'll volunteer for this part and this part." And I did. I volunteered and did those parts for them, but I didn't get the gig, so to speak. And the guys that showed up did a pretty good job. Other than at the very beginning, they had looped the microphone, so it sounded like Darth Vader in an echo chamber when the guy stood up to welcome everybody. That was funny. Greetings from the UK, Danny. How are you doing? Good to have you here. Barbara Farthing says, speaking of pickles, I just ordered you spicy maple bourbon pickles. Can't wait to try them. They are so good. You're going to love them. I can't wait. Let me know when they arrive, and then let me know shortly after. Make sure you chill them first. They have to sit in the fridge and get them nice and cool. I think that adds to the crunch and the crispness. Mr. Upper Torso says, in a surprising twist, the defendant in Delphi does want cameras, so we actually may get them. He's only one of the players, and although usually the defendant has a strong argument in this decision making with the judge, the victims, I think, have a stronger argument. So the family members of the victims, they're going to be the ones, if they say, yes, we'd like this televised, we want justice, we want everyone to see this, that will have more impact, I think, on the judge than the defendant. And even if the defendant and the victims say we'd like cameras, the judge may still close it because of the content. The judges typically have that authority. The trial is on YouTube. It's on. I think Law and Crime is airing it. Fox 13 is airing it down there as well. Lots of people in the courthouse. Beth, thank you for the endorsement of the pickles. It does nothing for me personally other than to make me feel good. But wonderful. I'm glad you enjoy them. Oh, Rosie. Oh, man, that does not sound fun. Hopefully the pain will be relieved. If anyone's seen alleging ritual murder and cult stuff, it's going to be a gruesome murder scene. Cops have been tight to the chest on the manner of death, but I heard whispers. It's not good. Oh, man. Yeah, that's... If that's the case, it's, that's even more reason to not televise that. Those are not pictures that anyone wants to see, or that anyone wants to have stuck in their head. I realize some people are able to view things like that and make decisions and move on, but for others of us, those images just haunt us at night. Let's see. Bob Mata was talking about the Delphi case on Court TV with Vinny. A lot to talk about there. A lot. We've sort of followed the news on that one, but we've never gone into it as far as subject matter. This is really weird. Honestly, I wonder if they're trying to present that he's mentally not there. Kevin H., I did see your email about the 24-hour smoked maple bourbon pickles. First of all, and I saw the reasons you travel back and forth, and my heart goes out to you, man. Hope everything is as good as it can for you there. And thanks for sharing the recipe. I've never cooked anything like that. The sous vide, I don't even know how to say that. I've never done anything like that, but it fascinated me. So I'll have to look into that a little more. Bob is great. It's going to be a very weird case. Yeah. Bug Dugger says Rosie's going to be up dancing soon. Those are the best, don't you think? Boot, Scoot, and Boogie coming soon. All right. There was a case out of Washington that we've requested access for that is supposed to happen at the beginning of October. We're still waiting for word from the court on that. They have not called me back, so I'm going to call them again today. Boyd's case does start today. Time-wise, we can put this on. Yes, Louisiana parole hearings. Actually had them up yesterday. They were up yesterday as well. Let's see. Someone just sent me another manhunt. This one's out of Indianapolis. It's hard to tell. You sent me a screenshot from Flight Radar. It's hard to tell on that one if that is a sheriff's chopper. It is the same make and model that a lot of police agencies use. So it's a possibility, but it's also that same model is also used for both civilian aircraft as well as medevac type stuff, where they will modify the internal components. Let's see. Buffer state, yes, Louisiana.
Is that correct?
That's correct. Let's see if we can pull them up while we're doing a little research. Okay, they're going to be live today. Oh, it's upcoming. Here we go. There it is. Supposed to be live in a few minutes, I think. Is it at 10? Sharon, did these start at 10, right? They might be bringing everybody in to sit down. Okay, let's put this in the background in case they pop up. We'll have this ready to go. I really have enjoyed listening to these parole board hearings. They're fascinating. We follow so much on the intake side. When we can follow people on the other side after they've served their time, it's quite interesting. I knew what I was forgetting. It's my water. No spills today. Pronounced sous vide, not sous vide. Okay. Yeah, I mispronounce everything, but John, thank you for correcting that. Appreciate that. Do we do birthdays today already? We have not sung to Jack. Is there anyone else who has a birthday today? Now that I've had water, I think I could belt one verse out. Oh, Frenchie's mom. Yeah, talking about the manhunt going on in Indianapolis. Yes, the clerk at the jail thought, "Oh, I'm reducing duplicate entries." Okay, and there are 2 holds for this guy plus another hold, and so she deletes the 2 holds, and then the first hold got dropped, and so they released a convicted murderer just a couple days after they picked him up, and he's out on the run. So that it's a different case. It's not going to have the perimeters and search areas like they had in PA. Because I think it's downtown, and he just blends in and disappears. Whoop, whoop. Still loving it, says Nikki Zeebs. Let's see, 5 months. 5 months. Congratulations, Nikki. That is awesome. Thank you very much. We have action on the parole board. I'm showing this right here. Is that what you have? Oh, I'm delayed. I'm delayed. Hang on. 1 second here. Why am I not live on that? I'm on the wrong window. Louisiana Board of Pardon and Parole, right? Why do I not have a live? There it is. There he is. Okay.
What about the drug charges?
The drugs, I really don't know where they found the drugs at. They said it was in the garage, but still to this day, I don't know where the drugs came from.
Not my drugs.
Have you used drugs?
I haven't been way before that, yes, sir.
Okay. Were you using drugs around the time you was arrested?
But no, I was not.
How did you kick the habit of using drugs? I see quite a few drug charges on your record.
Well, I was on probation for a while, so I had to stay clean and did what I had to do.
Did you ever receive any treatment?
No, sir.
Have you ever taken any classes with regards to your drug?
Yes.
What have you taken?
I've taken classes here at the work release, the risk management class, and also complete reentry.
Okay. Like I say, your criminal record is mostly drugs. How long have you been at the work release?
Almost two and a half years, I believe, sir.
How much money you got saved up?
36,000.
Wow, good, very good. Where are you working at?
Compliance and viral systems. I'm a
Where?
diesel mechanic. Compliance and viral systems.
So you're a mechanic.
Yes, sir.
This gentleman's here for us. Okay. Well, that's great.
This
I mean,
guy's getting out.
36,000, that's a lot of money. That's good. A lot of people wasted on commissary and stuff. Sounds like you've been saving a lot of yours.
I got 3 children to worry
Go.
about.
Where are you gonna live?
Back where I was at before. My sister's taking care of my 3 kids right now for me at my house. My mother was there. I'm sorry?
Where is that? What parish?
Jefferson, Louisiana.
Yeah, and you're gonna keep your same job?
Yes, sir.
How long it'll take you to drive from Jefferson to where you're working now?
They have a branch in Kenner that I'm going to be based out of right by my house.
Right by your house. Okay. You have a low risk. Have you had any write-ups?
No, sir.
Okay. Warden, what can you tell me about Mr. Ball?
Mr. Ball has been a role model offender while in our custody. He has maintained gainful employment with his same employer for about 2 years. He is hardworking. We don't have any problems out of him. He goes to work, does what he's supposed to do, and repeats it day after day.
Okay, has he been drug tested since he's been there?
Yes, sir. They do drug tests at the work release. They do them randomly, and they do them, when they come back in from work. They also make them blow into a breathalyzer to test their alcohol. And he has not had any write-ups or discrepancies with any of those types of substances.
Okay. I have no further questions.
All right, we'll hear from Ms. Janelle Ball Adams. Brief statement.
Yeah, I just wanted to say that I am at home right now taking care of my brother's 3 children. My mother was presently there, but she just passed this July. Financially, it's very difficult, and he is the breadwinner in the house. So I'm a teacher, so I'm trying to take care of things. It would be really great for him to be home to help out and to be with his kids who really need him in their teenage years.
Right, thank you.
Very concise.
Mr. John Sims. We got holding away. That's I hate to see.
Good morning. Jason has worked for us for approximately 2 years. He has been an extreme asset, and we are ready to give him gainful employment, benefits, the whole package. He has been a great employee. He's actually taught me, and I've been in this business for over 25 years, a few things, and we travel a good bit from location to location, and he's really expressed, his remorse for messing up, and we're ready to take him off of y'all's hands.
Thank you, Brody.
Thank you.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Brody Bullock. I'm the fleet manager for compliance and virus systems. I am who hired Jason on the work release program. I am the person who monitors all the mechanics along the entire country. So day to day, week to week, I give them an agenda to follow. So Jason will be directly under me. I believe Jason is a great asset to our company. Just like John said, he is very helpful. Everything we ask of Jason, he always does. No problem, no issues. And I believe that he will be a great employee.
Okay, he'll be working in Kenner or somewhere in Louisiana. He's not going to be leaving. He doesn't stay. He's not going to be leaving out of the state.
He won't leave out of the state. He'll be all in the southeast region of Louisiana.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
All right, Mr. Randy Meyer, would you like to make a statement, Mr. Randy?
Yes, sir. Randy Meyer, Assistant DA, Jefferson Parish. My only concerns, it sounds like Mr. Ball's doing pretty good. Concerns, though, that I have is, 2011 possession of oxycontin and possession of hydrocodone, and 2018 possession of methamphetamine and possession of hydrocodone. It appears that there is a substance abuse issue. We don't want him coming back to jail. If the board sees fit to have him complete long-term substance abuse, I think that'd be great. If not, I think if y'all are inclined to let him out, I think some requirements that he maintain some substance abuse treatment while he's out would be appropriate for him. Thanks.
All right, thank you, Randy. All right, Jason, would you like to make a statement on your behalf?
This has been a very humbling experience for me, and I'm eager to get home and take care of my children.
All right.
I mean, I'll do whatever treatments or whatever I got to do if that's what it takes, you know.
We want you to be better. I don't know if that's the necessarily the right attitude. That's what it takes. You need help. It's going to be a battle. You're going to be. I know you clean now and you feel good, but you're going to get back out and you're going to have all those stresses and all those things that you dealt with before. I mean, and that's great. You have two people that support you here and give you a great job, and those are all great. But you can have. I mean, I have kids. I have grandkids. Let stress come with. That's called life. And so it's where you go after that. So we want to make sure that you are, we don't want to see you again. We want you to be done.
Sir, I understand, but like I said, this has been a very, very humbling experience for me, believe me.
Okay. Now prepare to vote. Mr. Freeman.
Will y'all work with him around his meetings?
Absolutely. And we also will be drug testing him regularly. He will be at our drug testing pool as an employee. So, but I guess he'll have to get drug tested with parole and us.
That's correct.
Double trouble.
Right. Okay. Okay. Mr. Ball, I agree. I think you got it. You got a lot going for you, but you have a lot going against you. You hadn't had much treatment. No inpatient treatment. Not a lot of classes concerning drugs. But you are needed at home, and sounds like you're a great employee. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to grant your parole with the stipulation that you attend 4 AA meetings a week. Okay, that get yourself a sponsor. I also want you to go by the New Orleans Day Reporting Center. Okay. It's in New Orleans. And your officer will tell you where it's located. And I want you to get an evaluation. I'm not sure. There may be one in Jefferson. I'm not sure.
Okay.
Closest day reporting center is, I want you to go and get an evaluation. Good luck.
Thank you.
All right, Mr. Mayor Bell.
My vote would be the same for the same reasons.
And I vote to grant your parole for the same reason stated of in AA 4 times a week, and that you can get those anywhere in the afternoons. You have the opportunity to do that anywhere, and you need to report to the Day Reporting Center. It might be in Jefferson. There's one in New Orleans, and I'm sure your work folks will help you with that. I know that the parole officer will. So you understand stipulations?
Yes, sir.
3 votes to grant your parole has been granted. Good luck to you. We'll adjourn 54.
Wow.
Oh, congratulations.
Thank God.
What did he just say? What was that last thing that just came out? Yeah. Oh, wow. Okay. AA and A are basically the same. Yes, they're slightly different focus, but the same underlying program. Sometimes they group people together by the challenge that they're facing. 4 meetings a week is doable and necessary. Yes, 4 meetings a week is a lot of check-ins. It's not constant. I mean, you still have at least 2 days in a row where there's no meeting. Yeah, it's the tone. It's the tone he said it in. I think he rolled his eyes at the same time. That's the only thing that worries me. But yeah, but good on him. Oh my goodness, saved up $36,000. That is fantastic. He's working. The fact that his employer came in, not just his employer, but the manager. They came in. They spoke about him. That showed that he's been there and put in not just good work for them, but consistently and become a dependable person in the company and everything. That's awesome. I hope he does really well. So we'll keep an eye on which one comes up next. I think it's time to sing happy birthday. We've got 2 people to sing to. and if I'm right, we've got Kendall, who turns 13 today, big 13. She's turning 13. That's awesome. And then Jack, who turned 0 yesterday. If you can call it that. So we'll sing to those two. I don't know if we've got anybody else. Speak now or forever hold your peace. Look at that. Oh, Ashley sneaks in right at the end. Ashley, the big 40. Okay, here we go. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, Kendall, Jack, and Ashley. Happy birthday to you. There we go. We have a 0-year-old, we have a 13-year-old, we have a 40-year-old, all sharing the birthday today. Hope you all have a fantastic birthday. We will say that this is your special day, and we recognize there are a million places you could be, a million places you could celebrate your special day. And the fact that you spend some of it here with us is our honor and privilege, and it means a lot to us. So thank you very much. Have a wonderful birthday. All right. Yes, good combination of names, Kendall, Jack, and Ashley. Wonderful. And we managed to fit it in the break during the parole hearings. I have to get. I don't know when Judge Boyd. Who has Judge Boyd's start time? Is it going to be this afternoon? Is she doing a regular docket this morning? I think it's like a 1:30 start. Sounds like a 70s rock band. I found this version of Happy Birthday on YouTube's royalty-free music, because apparently Happy Birthday is no longer copyright. It's out in the public domain, and all this version as well is in public domain. Nothing yet on Boyd.
Good morning. The Committee on Parole's call to order today is
Shout out to
Thursday,
the 13th
September
addicts who
21st,
contributed to the
8
JT
a.m. My
Brandy
name is
Night
Brennan
Court
Kelsey,
School
along with
Supplies
Mr. Pete
fundraiser
Freeman,
last
Mr.
night.
Tony
Over
Marabella will be
0
your panel.
raised in 3
Staff and
hours.
support a
Cardi
seat at
Cocker.
DOC headquarters in Baton Rouge. Our remote location is Southwest Transitional Work. With staff and support at Southwest, introduce yourself. Is there staff and support in the room? At Southwest, can you hear me?
He's frozen.
Can you hear me? I can barely hear you. Now I can. Go ahead, staff and support, introduce yourself.
I'm Cheryl Cook.
Okay, Cheryl. All right, please introduce yourself, state your name and DOC number for the record.
Jeffrey Scott Mishop, 714124.
This is Jeffrey Scott.
Yeah, this is not, you guys are here for, y'all for Wesley Winston.
They got the wrong guy.
Do we need Wesley first?
Yes.
I didn't know.
Winston Wesley, we're doing Winston Wesley. If we have Winston Wesley there.
I'll get him. Hold just a moment. Y'all, come on.
Y'all, come on. Cashette says, shout out to the 13th addicts who contributed to the JT and Brandy Night Court School Supplies fundraiser last night. Over 700 raised in 3 hours. That is awesome. Congratulations for a great cause as well. That is really cool. Let's see. You missed my daughter, Natalie. Oh, no, Adam. Adam says, rolling with 7 member says 2 months. You missed my daughter with Natalie. I missed the 2 months as well. Where's the... I don't see the comment. Can I blame YouTube on this one? It did not pop up on my screen. Oh, Natalie is 5 today. Natalie's 5 today. Natalie, have a happy birthday. 5 years old, rolling with 7. Congratulations. 5 years old is a great age. Wonderful time. Cherish every moment.
All right, please introduce yourself, state your name and DOC number for the record.
Winston Wesley, 386610.
Mr. Wesley, my name is Brennan Kelsey, along with me is Mr. Tony Marabella and Mr. Pete Freeman. We're going to have a parole interview. We'll ask you some questions. We can respond. At the end, you can make a statement. We'll take a vote. You understand the process?
Yes, sir.
I have Terrence Taylor here. I have Nathaniel Selders here. Michelle Wesley, and Sam Winston, your attorney here will speak. Mr. Marabella would like to make a statement.
Mr. Wesley, I'm sure you remember me. I was your judge. I sentenced you, and I had some pretty harsh remarks for you. I don't normally remember everybody I sentenced. I do remember you. I had planned on recusing myself. I had told my colleagues that I was going to recuse myself because of that. But I'm told that by your lawyers that they don't wish me to be recused. So I'm going to leave that up to you and them. If you want me to recuse myself, I certainly will. I'll be as fair as I can, but you know how I felt back when I sentenced you.
Yes, sir, Judge. I'm ready. I would love for you to be a part of the panel, sir.
Wow.
All right.
That's confidence.
Thank you. Winston Wesley, DOC number 386610. You're a fourth class offender. Parole eligibility date 3/6/2024. Good time 8/12/2028. Full term 9/6/2061. It's a 50-year sentence.
Ooh.
You have theft, issuing worthless checks, forgery. That sound correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. Mr. Wesley, how old are you?
49.
How many years have you been incarcerated?
It's not 12, a little bit over 12 years. I apologize. Somebody was saying something.
12 years. And what are you currently doing there at the facility?
I'm currently a maintenance worker as a carpenter and inmate pastor, assistant to the chaplain, Steve Avery.
Now, you going out on transitional work to do that? Are you working for the facility there? What do you do?
I'm working for the facility within wherever. Yes, sir. Southwest Transitional Work Program.
How long you been doing that?
About right at about 90 days.
90 days, you said?
Yes, sir.
What are you doing before that?
Re-entry classes. I was in welding, earning a trade in the welding class, both shielded metal and gas metal arc.
You completed?
Yes, sir.
So you completed your welding certificate, and you said you've taken re-entry. Any other classes?
The FDIC class, the money management.
Okay, so he's got a 50-year sentence for writing bad checks.
I had just gotten here, so I hadn't had any other classes available at the time once I got here other than those two.
How long have you been there?
Since April.
Where were you before that?
At Elaine Hunt Correctional.
Take any classes there?
I took the 100-hour pre-release class there, anger management. And I was a part of the ministry there as the inmate chaplain. And the music association, music teacher and member of the band.
So do you have a GED or high school diploma?
GED, sir.
When did you get your GED?
Long before incarceration.
Okay. Why'd you drop out of school?
At the time, I was trying to help my mother, and I had a child, and things just got out of control at an early age, being, I guess, trying to find my identity. And it's just immature.
So tell me exactly, I mean, you know, again, your rap sheet speaks for itself. But tell me exactly what was going on during this time. You have a lot of folks that you took a lot from, a lot of folks that are requesting restitution. What exactly was going on? You were doing drugs, you were drinking, what exactly was happening?
Well, no, sir, no drugs and no drinking. I was.
Never?
No, sir, never.
No drugs, no drink.
Well, I mean, I probably was about 16 or 17 years old, and that's a beer or two, and that was about it. But no drinking, other than that, no, sir.
So tell me what was going on, and all these charges. Again, you're a fourth felony offender. You know the system. You've been in and out of it. Tell me what's going on.
I am completely broken by the fact that I made a lot of foolish choices at an early age. Starting off with being in the wrong places at the wrong time, following the wrong crowd. And that was because of my desire for acceptance at an early age. But then when these crimes happened financially, I was trying to run a business and I did not have the funding to maintain that business. And the stupid decisions that I made was assuming that I would be able to acquire the funds later and then go and pay it back. And before anything would develop, it would be without having a line of credit or a grant or loan. The stupid choice impulsively was kind of using my bounce checks as a mean of a line of credit to try to keep my business going, the construction company going. And I didn't have margin, any budget. Any margin for error, and anything that would happen, just my plans just would not work out that way. It was a stupid decision. I should have just not worried about trying to acquire funding if I didn't have it, just, by that means, that is. And then I was a very poor budgeter. And when I did do well, I overspent, and I would try to enjoy things that I wasn't able to afford. And that put me in a bad situation. And in the meantime, I had all those bills coming in from the company. I had TV commercials, which cost me a lot of money. I had an office off of West Fork Drive, which cost a lot of money, and my vehicles, and sometimes renting tools, and all those things. At the time, my mother got ill and I was helping her financially. Everything just spiraled out of control, as well as trying to take care of my kids. And I just wasn't thinking clear. At one point, I tried to clean my life up and be straight and keep things going. I did not plan for it to go that route. And I wish I can take it all back and do things differently. But these 12 years have been a wake-up call and a sobering reality for me.
Like you said, you're a fourth class offender, so this has happened time and time again. I mean, what was your long-term plan? You really just thought you were going to come into some money and you were going to all of a sudden just be able to pay all everything back? I mean, at that point, you've already committed some check fraud, worthless checks, like I said, I'm looking just briefly through restitution, and I mean, it's several thousands of dollars that you're being asked for. I mean, over 10, let's see, it's 5,700 from Hancock, Red River Bank, 5,800 and 3,700, 2,100 from Acoustical Supply, 3,500 from Simple Simon. What are your plans to resolve that there? I mean, that's still out there.
Yes, sir. If I were allowed the opportunity, I am prepared with financial family support to pay that off really easy. But I have they volunteered to help me with that. But I also want to add respectfully, sir, that during the time and at the time of the guilty plea, I paid a substantial amount of money toward restitution, and prior, during the entire process of going to court from 2007 until 2011, I had been paying restitution as I was able to get it. And so I think that there is a balance on that overall, probably about 4,000 at the most. But my efforts toward that process was to make everyone financially whole throughout the entire process, because I do take full responsibility even then for the financial matters, and that should not have happened by my own foolish choices. And again, the idea of me just not thinking clearly and soundly put me in a bad situation, and being impulsive, that was the stupidest thing I could have ever done, especially given that I had accepted my calling as a minister, and it was a poor representation of the kingdom of God. And I was trying to clear things up as much as I could, but it was spiraling in my thoughts.
Well, what, I mean, of course, I know you've been in jail for 12 years, and it said started when you were young. I mean, 10, 12 years ago, you were 37, 38. I mean, I guess that's kind of young, but that's, we see young as 18, 19, 20, 21, making young, foolish decisions. We talking, I mean, you weren't terribly young making those bad choices. What's going to make me feel good that you're going to make good choices when you come out now?
Well, yes, sir. The difference between then and now, and I'm not trying to be religious or spiritual, but I would like to also through here thank the Honorable Judge Marabella for the decision that he made, because it was
and he's frozen again. If I ever
Y'all freezing up on us.
If I ever have a parole hearing, I'll ask for a high-speed connection.
My life is freezing up. I truly.
Yep. We're just hearing pieces and parts of what you say, and I don't know if you're having some issues there with the.
I believe that is she's working on.
This is a wireless signal.
It's
the correctional facility.
Trying to.
I can hear you a little better
resume.
now.
Yes, sir. And so divine sentences of the Lord. So I was just thanking the Honorable Judge for the decision that he made, because it changed my life, and the experience with this 12 and some years sentence, time that I've spent versus the other. I've never had to spend any time in jail or sentence. I think the longest was about a little bit.
So this is the fourth time he's been convicted.
This has truly changed my life. It's cutting out again.
Yeah, it's cutting out off and in. We'll see if you can hear me.
And
they're moving the computer, they're like turning it and tipping the screen, hoping it helps.
Is it frozen, sir? No.
We can hear you.
Third, let's see.
Well,
I was 30 years old at the time.
Yeah, we're gonna have to.
We're gonna have to
get him by phone.
Find something else here.
To finish.
I can move.
We're just not getting any good. It's just cutting in and out.
So 50 years is a long time. It's a long sentence.
If you can put me on hold just for a few seconds.
Okay, we'll put you on hold. Just give us okay, see if we can make it.
50 seconds.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay.
Just bring a little hotspot with you. There we go. Going on a tour of the facility here. They say put me on hold. Instead, they pinned her.
Go straight through.
Pinned her video. We're gonna get closer to the Wi-Fi. There we go. Boyd has started court, but I don't think it's not the main trial, is it? Should we bail on this and check out Boyd?
We'll do an affidavit saying that you damaged, and I will do an affidavit saying that I have given everybody a warning. Do not put things on their desk. And if you put something in Bashan's office on her desk or try to take over her office, I will come down to your office at an inconvenient time and I will bring stuff with me to put on your desk and sit on your desk so you'll realize that should not be done. Do not approach the court unless you've conferred with your client and conferred with the state. And if you have a client who's in custody, yes, they need to be brought out and yes, they need to be conferred with. If your client does not wish to speak in the English language, then you will need an interpreter. It does not matter if you speak the language or not. We do have an we do have an interpreter here. I'm not going to say one of my favorite interpreters because people get jealous, but wink, wink.
She said it.
So today is Thursday. In this court, we call it Friday's Eve. So please be kind to each other. Confer with kindness in your heart. Put a smile on your face because it's Friday's Eve. So everyone, please confer.
Okay, so she has docket this morning.
We missed you.
We missed her intro.
You know, yesterday.
We're going to jump over and finish up the
yes.
the
Yesterday
hearing.
we had.
As she's getting
Respectfully,
ready for
there was 40-something people that were arrested at this place.
We'll be
And
back to Judge Boyd in a
I
minute.
just happened to be there and I was in that area. And all of us.
I'm just on your rap sheet. It says in 1997 pled guilty to possession of cocaine, sentenced to 3 years hard labor, suspended 3 years active supervised probation, terminated unsatisfactorily in 12/13/2000. Is that not correct?
Yes, sir, it is correct. It happened. The arrest was at the time I was 17, and it says that I was, it happened a year before. It was some type of what they call undercover sting operation where they were watching that building and I didn't know anything about what was going on. They cooked there all the time and people sat there and listened to music and I hung out there with those people and not knowing what was going on. And when they arrested all of us, I was rounded up with them. And the advice of my mother by fear was to plead guilty and thinking that I was, that would be the end of that. But here I am. But I take responsibility for that. It was just a young man trying to grow up, being in the wrong place at the wrong time. But no, sir, I've still to this day remain firm in saying I've never participated in any drug activity, neither used nor interacted with.
Okay. What about in 7/17/06, a domestic abuse battery? Now, again, it's no cross at the request of the victims, but I mean, something happened, right?
Yes, sir. Something happened. In fact, it was me calling the police to try to help my ex who was struggling with some mental health issues. And when we came through there, I was trying to restrain her from hurting herself as well as myself. And then when they learned of the fact and she admitted to that, that got dismissed.
Okay, what's your plans if you be released? Where are you going to go? What you going to do? I
would work for go-between technologies as carpenter or insulator. I'm a welder. I enjoy doing that. I will also be doing that as needed. And I would be living with my sister and going to church at the same place.
Is that the same? You going back to the same area you got in all the trouble that you've had all these problems with?
I would be going to Baton Rouge. It happened no, sir. Those problems, well, we kind of mentioned a variety. Some of that happened in Iberville Parish.
Baton Rouge,
so I would be back.
Some in East Baton Rouge. So Ascension Parish, Iberville, all over.
Yes, sir. As I worked.
You have a welding job, or you're gonna be looking for one? You said.
Currently have one already, a carpenter job, sir, working for Go-Between Technologies. It's already offer pending my release. In addition to working for Colonel John Angelos at the military base in Gillis Long, he had offered me a job as a carpenter, a project manager. And I didn't get a chance to get that letter from him, but that was an offer that he had for me. I had done some work for him. But I'll be working for Go Between Technologies.
Good. Does the staff have any input there? Anybody staff in there?
Yes.
Yes, sir.
You have any input on him for us?
We've had no problems with him. He's actually done good here at our facility at Southwest, so there's no write-ups or anything like that. Nothing more I can really tell you.
All right. When is your last write-up you had?
I've never had a write-up, sir.
12 years you hadn't had a write-up?
No, sir.
Okay.
We've seen people that have
we're
70
here
write-ups.
Let's see. We were here. Would you like to speak last, Mr. Winston, after he makes his final statement?
I would, sir.
Okay. All right. Would you like to make a statement on your behalf? Then we'll let your attorney wrap up.
Yes, sir. First, I would like to thank you, the committee, for this awesome opportunity and privilege for me to be heard and for you guys to consider my early release. Secondly, I'd like to submit my remorse about how broken I am about those decisions and what it has cost the stores, my family, society as a whole. I know that this 12 years has been a growing process for me, has really developed me to fulfill the purpose that God has allowed me to, that has called me for. I came in per se kicking and screaming, but I've learned and grown to be able to fulfill my spiritual purpose and call. And I've always said this: there are two most important days of a man's life: the day that he was born and the day that he realized why. I am that person that have realized why. And your programs have helped me as tools. And now I beg the opportunity to be able to go and put those tools to work.
All right. All right, Sam, would you like to make a wrap up here?
I would.
Stand up there at the podium.
Would like to hear from his sister or his pastor, who would also be his employer.
If they'd like to make a brief statement, it didn't say they were on this list, but I mean, would you like to make a brief statement, or are you good?
Just brief.
Go ahead.
First of all, thank you guys for giving me the opportunity to speak. I met Weston probably about 12 years ago. The company, which is Acoustic Specialist, I worked with him 26 years. Okay. But I didn't know him then. I met him in prison ministry at East Veterans Parish. Okay. And from there, him and I began to build a relationship because we're in the same field of work. And so through prison ministry, I had been interacting with him, talking with him, the guys in college. And make long story short, I see the difference in him based upon then and now. And I feel like if he's released to someone that can walk with him, then I'm committed to do that. And so that's why I'm actually here. The workforce now in construction is just hard to get with people. And he has some of what me as an employee look for. Work myself now. Been doing that for about 7 years. And so what he has to offer is what I see along with the pastor. If he would commit to being with me for maybe several years, I can see helping him to transition.
Flower fund for Judge
over
Boyd.
years, I just have seen him grow. I just have seen him totally change from what happened. And but he got a little more rough edges, he kind of knocked off with him. And I feel like I can help accommodate him with those other little rough edges, and probably you guys see, I see it. So I just want to say
thank you. Thank you for your comments, sir. Would you like to make a statement, Ms. West?
I need to know what her favorite type of flowers are.
My name is Michelle Winston, sister, and I want to say I love my brother, and I throughout the 12 years, like, to see the growth. And just, he's a good person.
All right, thank you so much. Thank you. All right, Mr. Winston.
I want to just start to say that I don't normally do parole hearings, so probably don't recognize me. I normally do appellate work or some civil work, and I was actually hired about 5 or 6 years ago to do Mr. Wesley's appellate and post-conviction work. And that work came to an end a couple of years ago, and I decided to stay on and help him with his parole pro bono. And I have a lot of opportunities to do that, and I don't normally do that. But I saw something in Mr. Wesley that I thought was worth working on. The first thing that I thought about in this case was the question I think that you all probably thought about when this came up, is the question that you asked, or was what was going on that caused these crimes to happen, and how can we not have learned by that point from the past history? It's taken me a while to figure out. Mr. Wesley was obviously a little nervous today, so I think he tried to answer the questions as best he could. But to me, it breaks down into two things. He had financial ignorance and what I would call emotional ignorance. He had no idea how to control his money, and he also had no idea how to deal with problems, with his emotions, when things got stressful with his mother, with his marriage that was falling apart at the time. He had to care for his kids, and also an ailing mother. That's obviously no excuse. We all do that. I have kids. I have ailing parents.
I've got her address now.
He just didn't have the tools back then that he needed to be able to do that. And that's how he ended up in this situation. And I think that
Judge Boyd Flower Fund,
in previous situations, he was sort of able to get away with it. Honestly,
thank you.
Yeah, his rap sheet has been dinged up, but he never served in prison before. He was in parish jail for a couple months here and there. But Judge Mirabella actually recognized that he needed a wake-up call, and he gave it to him. And I think, honestly, I told them this, and I'm not sure if they want to be here or not, but I think it's probably the best thing that ever happened, is to get that kind of sense. As much as he was kicking and fighting about it, and as much as I was as his appellate attorney at first,
Masla just sent a super sticker with 2.99.
The 12 years by itself, with the possibility of more, can be that wake-up call. But it honestly, it is more than that to me. It's not just the time. I look at his record, and he does check a lot of the boxes. He's nonviolent. His Tiger score is low. He doesn't have any disciplinary write-ups. All of those things, which are good. But he's also been involved in the work of helping other people and being involved in things. As soon as he arrived, he started getting involved in the ministry at DCI and being involved, playing the piano with the church, church music group there, being involved as eventually becoming a pastor there.
I'm shopping for a bouquet right now. We're looking for a good color.
Going to the infirmary and attending those people who needed spiritual needs, leading Bible study. I mean, he's been doing that throughout, and that's something that he had to lean on when he had nothing else. That's something he has from growing up. He and his mother used to do was go to church, and that's when you get in these tough times, that's what you fall back on, right? He's also shown that he can handle a position of trust. He was an assistant to Deputy Warden Guerin at DCI, and then when he became the warden of Hunt, Warden Guerin, Mr. Wesley transferred to Hunt to stay on with Warden Guerin at his request.
Judge Boyd Flower Fund. What will the card
Warden
say?
Guerin did submit a letter in support and said that he would have Mr. Wesley as his neighbor. I talked to Warden Guerin a few times on the phone. he doesn't send those kind of letters very often. He's also set up well on the outside as you know, he's going to have some skills. He's got welding skills. He already has some carpentry skills. He's going to have a church to go to. He has an employer that's already going to give him a job. He has a place to stay with family who's not going to back out on him. But the most important reason why I think that he is ready, and in the few of these that I have done, I see guys who aren't ready, who think they're ready, but they're not actually ready, and guys who are actually ready, is that there have been 3 tragedies that have happened to Mr. Wesley while he's been in that have sort of trained him to have that, to no longer have that emotional ignorance and some of the coursework he's done for his financial ignorance. And that is his nephew that he was raising as his son, Miss Michelle's son, was killed while he was in. His mother, Mr. Wesley's mother, passed away while he was in. And his 19-year-old daughter who was serving for the National Guard was
favorite colors purple and
by a
pink.
drunk driver. Those are, any one of those are sort of what I would call sort of just life things that happen to us as we get older.
I was told.
And if you're not prepared for them, they can kind of really come down on you with 2 feet. And Mr. Wesley, he had nowhere to hide and nowhere to go.
I thought everyone was
And
saying
he was able
6
to deal
hour
with those things
fun.
and still
LOL
realize
face with peeking eye.
that
I'm
he's
all
gonna
about
be
those
okay.
6 hours winking
That he
face
doesn't
with
have to
stuck
be
out
someone
tongue
he's
face
not. He
rolling
doesn't
on the
have to
floor laughing
spend
like
money
flowers
or
are
do these
okay too
things.
grimacing face.
He's gotten through those things. And I think that in and of itself shows that in addition to all the coursework and his institutional record, I think that those things to me show me that
I am in. Can't wait till she reads it from her 1,000
All right, thank
biggest
you for your
fans.
comment. All right, now prepare to vote. I'll vote first. All right, Mr. Wesley, got a lot going on. Got a lot of things throughout the years. Bad rap sheet. Done some really bad things. You know, but that's your past, right? I have to kind of look at you and consider what I see today, what I see that you've done, and you've done a lot of good work. You've put a lot of time in. You know, I think you're humble. You have some, definitely some understanding of what's going on. Sometimes it takes time. Sometimes it just takes time. It's what it takes. My vote today would be to grant your parole today. I'd like for you to do 2 things. I'd like for you to have a mental health evaluation and follow up. And I'd like for you to enroll in general counseling for your grief and for other issues that might arise. And I want you to report to your parole officer weekly for the first 90 days since you've had a problem in the past with that. So looks like you've got good trades. You need to continue to follow up with whatever you owe. I know you'll work on that. But that's just 1 vote, my vote for today. Wish you good luck. Mr. Freeman.
Mr. Wesley, you have a very interesting case. It's
Judge Boyd hibiscus
it's one that it's kind of hard
that would probably take longer.
Understand. You said there's no drug usage, yet you had a drug charge and you hung around in places where there was plenty usage. And in your own words, usually when that square child is trying to fit in with the in crowd, that's the people that do use drugs. My vote today would be to deny due to your criminal history and law enforcement opposition.
All right, Mr. Marabella.
Mr. Wesley, I had wanted to recuse myself because I said some pretty harsh things to you back then. My concern today is very similar to what my concerns were then. I don't think you were completely honest with us about what really happened. I mean, you made it sound like you were a typical contractor who take money off of one job and put it on another job, but you actually counterfeited checks. You put, you put different routing numbers on them. I mean, it was a planned scheme. Back then, I called you a con man, and that's what I really thought you were. I commend you for doing all of the hard stuff that you've done while you've been in prison. You're on the right track. But I wish that you would have come in today and been a little more honest with us. I was hoping to hear you say, I was a flim flam artist. I was a con man. I was counterfeiting checks. I was doing this. I was doing that. But no, you made it sound like you were just a businessman trying to keep your head above. Well, part of that might be true, but that's not really what happened. And I just don't think you're ready yet. I think you need to acknowledge and accept what you did. And I think you're close. I just don't think today is the day. So my vote like this.
All right, Jeff, 2 votes to deny, 1 to grant. Your parole's been denied. Good luck to you.
Okay, we're doing a little bit of shopping here, and I want your opinion. First of all, we need to crowdsource the card that goes to Judge Boyd, and thank you for all those who are donating to the flower funds. I need to see if they send a vase as well. Let's see. Does she have to provide her own vase? Because let me show you this one I'm looking at here. Can I see this? I've got this one's like pretty. It's got pinks and purples, but I like it because it has a vase. I'm not sure if they include that. We have her address. I want to have it delivered, probably not immediately, because we want to let some of the other flower bouquets enjoy their time in front of her. I don't know. Is there a bigger? Can somebody? I was looking at From You Flowers. These are based. They're there in San Antonio. They do discounts, or not discounts, deliveries. I'm reading it says discount code on the bottom. Wonder what that is. But they do deliveries, same day delivery if we wanted to. If there's another 800 Flowers has an LSU bouquet. Let me look at that one. Just. We're positive LSU would be she want to rep that.
I think we're supposed to be allowed to talk to you.
I hear you now, though.
Okay, so we're still going on there. Hang on. So let me pull this over on my screen and see. You say 1-800 Flowers. It will come in that vase, says Beth. I don't see. I want to make sure the vase goes because I think the vase adds a ton to it. Few similar products. Okay, let's go to 1-800 Flowers. We have to go big. You can't go small with Judge Boyd. So we're looking for an LSU. Definitely want flowers. Zip code 78205. I guess it counts as a business.
Flower fund.
This is going to happen. We're going to send her some flowers. But how long does she keep the same flowers on display? I don't want her to have so many flowers that they go in like her back office. Although that's fine. But I'd love for you guys to be able to see the flower display that you bought and paid for. on her desk. We'd like to see that. Let's see. LSU. So we want colors purple and yellow. Right? Purple and yellow. Okay, we're waiting for the board to come back here and finish this next phase. Or do you want to jump over to Judge Boyd's courtroom? Should we jump right now while we're shopping for flowers? We want to let the other flowers die first. Yes, we just want our flowers to be presented, because it's one thing I could show you a screenshot of the purchase was made and they're going to be delivered, but if we never see them on the channel, you never get the little I did that feel, and you guys did this. Okay, we're going to jump to Judge Boyd. Let's make the jump.
Not here on Thursday.
Okay.
We will have issues. All right, September 28th.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
There's almost not enough room for a purse back there. Uh-oh. Buffer. CMod chat. Let me take a look.
All right, is the interpreter here on Rodolfo Aceves? Are you already on Rodolfo Aceves? And is the witness here? All right.
Mod chat sent me a picture of a Louis Vuitton purse.
Court is calling 2023 CR
Buttercup gave me permission to use
4580 State of Texas versus Rodolfo Aceves. Could I have parties announced for the record for the state?
Miranda Carrillo for the state of Texas.
Defense.
Johnny Cisneros for Mr. Aceves.
And are you Mr. Aceves?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, we have an interpreter here. If you could raise excuse me, no talking in the box behind the court reporter. If you need to speak to your client while he's in the box, while we're on the record, you'll need to move to the other end. All right. Could you raise your right hand? Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you give will be the truth and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do, Your Honor.
Oh, no, that is so not right. You're interpreting. I'm sorry. My mind is in 3 different directions. All right. But you will tell the truth.
Yes.
I'll represent her.
You got to represent.
I don't need to repeat.
Right.
We just swore in the interpreter.
All right. You're going to tell the truth that you will faithfully translate from English into Spanish and Spanish into English. So help you God.
I do, Your Honor.
All right. You can lower your hand if you'll state your name for the record.
Carmen Tarragón Nazarez.
All right. So this hearing began on September 14th. And before the court made its decision, I wanted to hear from a witness. And my understanding that witness is present. Is that correct?
That's correct, Your Honor.
All right. If someone would call the witness in.
The state will call Ana Flores.
All right. And does she need an interpreter or no?
She does, Your Honor. So
Oh.
I don't think it's
For
true. So
flowers.
it's can hear me from here.
All right. Mr. Aceves.
Thank
Are
you,
you able
everybody
to
who's contributed to the
understand
Flower Fund. We're going to make this happen.
For purse
My
face and
questions
flawless party face with a party horn,
in English or
hat,
no?
and confetti.
Yes,
We're-
Your Honor.
All right.
I
So
need you
that
guys
will
to
make
help me
things
shop for
easier.
the vase.
So if both parties
so-
can remember, because the interpreter is interpreting everything, to wait till she finishes interpreting your question. Just pause a little bit.
If there's a
And
there's a
then
flower arrangement that you
after
really
she
like,
finishes
from 1-800
interpreting what
Flowers,
the witness is
send it to
saying,
me with
just
the name.
pause a little bit. That'll
so
make
I
her
can pull it.
job easier. All right. Could you raise your right hand for me, please? Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you give will be the truth and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I swear.
All right, you can lower your hand. If you'll state your name for the record.
Ana Flores. Ana Flores.
All right, state.
Morning, Ms. Flores. You've introduced yourself to the judge. Can you tell her how you know Mr. Rodolfo Aceves?
We work together
Where did you work?
En Amazon,
in Amazon.
DX7. No, DX7. DX7.
The X7.
What did you do at Amazon?
Limpieza.
Cleaning.
Is that what Mr. Aceves did as well?
Yes.
How long did you work with Mr. Aceves there?
Como por unos de 4 a 6 meses.
I'm wondering if there's something we could.
Flower fund for Judy Boyd. Thank you for doing this
Did you
for
spend
us. RA.
each day with him?
Please cover the Take Care of Maya trial. Tampa.
Cuando nos tocaba trabajar juntos, 8 horas.
Flower fund.
When we had to work together 8 hours a day.
Sunflower,
Who
sunflower, sunflower.
did you work under at Amazon? Was that someone related to Mr. Aceves?
¿Me repite la pregunta?
Can you repeat the question?
Yes, who was your
Do judge
supervisor?
flower, cherry
when you worked
blossom,
at Amazon?
hibiscus, tulip, sunflower, flower.
El padre de Rodolfo.
Rodolfo's father.
We're going to get her a beautiful
So during
display.
these 4 to 6
Flower
months,
fund.
did you get to know Rodolfo and his father fairly well?
Beautiful flowers for a beautiful lady.
Yes.
And did Rodolfo ever do anything or say anything to you that was concerning or upsetting to you during the times you worked together?
Yes.
Can you tell the court an example of one of those times?
Como le gustaban las armas.
He liked weapons.
Cuando hicieron hicieron un simulacro, él dijo como, mira, es buena idea hacer por la matanza.
When they did like a drill or simulation, he said it's a good idea to do the shooting.
Or when you say a drill or a simulation, were you referring to a fire alarm?
Flower fund.
Yes, fire alarm.
When he made that statement to you, how did you feel?
Primero lo tomé como tonto.
At first, I thought it was silly.
Comenté con otra compañera
And I talked to another coworker and
no es normal.
and it's not normal.
Was there a time when you dropped off your child at school and he was with you?
Yes.
Did he say anything concerning you that
Flower
time?
fund.
Bromeó diciendo que ya
You guys,
ahora
we
sé a
have
dónde
enough
voy a
we have enough to pay for
saying,
flowers.
"Now I
We
know
have
where
enough to
I'm
pay
gonna
for
come."
flowers. Okay.
Did he say what he meant when he said that?
We just need to find the right type of flowers.
venir. Dijo como, oh, ya sé dónde voy a hacer la matanza y nada más le dije, cállate, no hables tonterías.
And he said, now I know where I'm gonna do the shooting. And I told him, shut up, don't say stupid stuff.
Did he ever say or do anything else like that? That worried you?
No hizo, sí.
No, he didn't do anything like that.
Do you remember what day of the week it was that the fire alarm occurred?
Last poet, Jay sent flowers. They're sitting on the desk. They're the hot
Friday.
and spicy collection.
Did you
They're in
work
front
that
of the
weekend?
purse. Jay had the judge on his channel. We
not
just like the
on the
judge,
weekend.
and she likes flowers.
During that weekend,
So it's not that we're trying to copycat. It's
what was your
just
thought
somebody in chat
process
made a suggestion and they started
after hearing what he
donating. And
said?
I can't return. It's very difficult to return donations, and so it'd be easier just to buy the flowers and send them. Thank you, Mary.
Lo que había dicho.
But it was stupid what he had said.
Cuando llegué el lunes al trabajo,
When I arrived to work on Monday,
comenté con mi compañera
I talked to a coworker
y me dijo, eso es algo muy peligroso y lo tienes que reportar.
She said that is something very dangerous and you have to report it.
Did you report it back?
Después vino el supervisor de Amazon que necesitaba hablar conmigo.
Afterwards, the Amazon supervisor came to me saying he needed to talk to me.
Was that supervisor different than Mr. Acevez's father?
Yes.
Did you have any concerns about reporting it, knowing that Mr. Acevez's father supervised you?
No.
No.
Now moving forward, do you have any ongoing concerns for yourself or your family after this is resolved?
Sí.
Yes.
Can you elaborate on that?
Como que él piense que por mi culpa él está aquí.
I'm afraid he might think that it's my fault that he's here.
Toward the flower fund sunflower.
No lo hice con una intención mala.
I didn't do it with a bad intention.
Me puso en una situación difícil.
He put me in a difficult position.
Porque yo a él lo estimo y no quiero que le pase nada malo.
Because I care for him and I don't want anything bad to happen to him.
Ni a él ni a mí.
Not to him nor me.
Press the witness, Your Honor.
Gracias.
Thank you.
Hi, Ms. Flores. I just introduced myself to you in person, but we've spoken on the phone in the last few days, have we not?
Sí.
And I think we've
Yes.
spoken on the phone 2 or 3 times. And-
Yes.
And each of the times that we spoke, we talked about the same thing. If you felt that this was serious or if he was just joking with you. And I kind of remember, or unless I misinterpreted, that you didn't report it because he was the type of person that would joke all the time, correct? Something to that effect?
Sí bromeábamos,
We did joke,
pero cuando él hacía esos comentarios siempre comenté a él, eso no es normal.
but when
No
he
es
made that
normal.
kind of comment, I always said that is not normal.
And I,
Siempre le llamé la atención como una mamá o una.
I always called it to his attention like a mom.
Y yo no sé los pensamientos de cada quien.
I don't know anybody's thoughts.
and I believe we talked about that topic on one of the conversations that we
Flower
had.
Fund from London, UK.
And I remember asking you if you felt if he was more of a, if you had taken it as a joke or something like that, and you said you weren't really sure. And I'm just trying to be, and correct me if I'm wrong, I don't want to put words in your mouth, but you weren't really sure if you were taking it seriously or not. If you would, yes.
No sé, no
Yes.
sé cómo lo estoy tomando ahí.
I don't know how he's taking it.
Okay. Now, he has been on bond for 16 months. In about 4 days, it'll be 16 months. And he was ordered by the court to stay at home and not leave the house for anything. And you mentioned a little bit about concern for you and your family. He has not contacted you, has he?
No.
Has
No.
anyone else contacted you about him other than me?
He hablado con su padre.
I have talked to his father.
Okay, and how did that come about?
Porque usted me habló y yo hablé con marqué a Rodolfo y le dije, me están contactando sobre tu caso.
Because you called me and I called Rodolfo to tell him I'm being contacted about your case.
Y él dijo, pues haz lo que tengas que hacer y que sea lo que Dios quiera.
And he said, do what you have to do, and God knows what happens.
Y él de su parte me dijo, no estoy molesto contigo.
And he told me that he was not upset with me.
So other than your personal fear that Mr. Aceves Jr. could be upset with you, there's no indication or nothing that has happened to you to put you in any kind of fear other than you being worried that he may seek any kind of retaliation, correct?
Me han ocurrido cosas, pero yo
Things
no,
have happened to me,
yo no estoy segura quién es.
but I'm not sure who it
Okay.
is.
But he's never contacted you and his father's not angry at you.
No.
Okay,
No,
and,
no.
and in fact, it sounds to me like his father and the family, because I've gotten to know the family, that they're religious. And do you believe that his parents raised him in the proper way?
I don't know.
Okay. And the last question I have for you, I believe would be the last question, is when I asked you what you thought about possibly him going to the penitentiary, and correct me if I'm wrong, I recall you telling me that you did not want him to go to the penitentiary. Am I correct?
Correcto. Yo creo que es muy joven
Correct. I think he's too young.
y a veces se nos hace fácil hablar.
And sometimes we think it's easy to just talk.
Y sí, él tiene una oportunidad. Yo estoy correcta. Yo
And,
estoy de acuerdo.
and if he gets an opportunity, I would agree with that.
Okay. No more questions, Your Honor.
All right, any further questions?
No further questions.
All right, I just have one question. So you mentioned under questioning that some things had happened to you. Do you believe that Mr. Aceves is responsible in any way?
No sé.
I don't know.
Okay. All right, thank you so much for coming down. All right, is there anything else from either side?
Just argument, Your Honor.
My client would like to address the court with your
Yes.
permission, Your Honor.
Yes. All right, can you raise your right hand? Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you give will be the truth and nothing but the truth, so help you God? All right, you can lower your hand.
Yes, Your Honor.
I'm not going to ask you any questions. I want you to speak to her Honor. Tell her what you feel. We've discussed this. I didn't tell you what to say. Have I told you what to say? I just told you to speak from your heart. Tell her what you feel, what you want her to know about you, please.
Mi jurado, en verdad yo pedí disculpas por todo lo que dije y especialmente los familiares de Ian.
Your Honor, I really want to apologize for everything I said,
Especialmente a Ana Flores y sus familias. No quiera ponerse en terror y
especially Ana Flores and her family. I never meant to terrorize them or put them in fears.
Yo Sonte me estaba simplemente moviendo y Sonte quería mirar su reacción de cómo reaccionaba y
I was just joking and I just wanted to see how they reacted.
nunca quería cometer ningún masacre ni nada de eso.
I never wanted to commit a massacre or anything like that.
Fue muy estúpido.
I was very
diciendo
stupid
eso.
by saying
Me siento
that.
muy arrepentido por todo.
And I really regret everything.
Do you have any questions?
I do, Your Honor. Mr. Estes, you heard Ana Flores mention a event in which you went to her child's school with her. Do you remember that?
Sí, fiscal.
Yes, the 8th.
And do you remember telling her that you knew which school to shoot up now after seeing that?
Your Honor, I don't believe Ms. Flores said that he knew what school. I believe she testified that he knew where to go. I think that's how she mentioned it.
All right, I remember all of the testimony.
Right.
My mind's a steel trap.
Okay.
So, thank you.
Sonte fue una vez, pero no recuerdo la dirección ni el nombre de la escuela.
I only went once and I don't remember the address or the school number.
But do you remember making that statement to her?
Sí.
Yes.
Did you have another coworker named Perla Garcia?
No me acuerdo su nombre, pero probablemente sí tenía otro compañero.
I don't remember his name, but I probably did have another coworker.
Do you remember telling a coworker that her daughter should kill herself when the coworker was discussing her suicide?
Any kind of hearsay.
Judge, these are in the stipulations.
All right, and just so everybody knows, I've read the stipulations, I always read everything and read police reports.
Okay.
And I do it when I take the plea, and I also do it when it's coming up for sentencing. I read everything again. So I've read that, and I've read probation's report. All right, but you can ask your question.
No, nunca he dicho a alguien que se debe que suicidarse ni nada de eso.
I have never told anybody that they should commit suicide or anything of the sort.
Do you remember in this case being interviewed by the police after this incident?
Sí.
Yes.
And do you recall discussing having researched prior mass shootings?
Es muy complicado. Es porque en YouTube siempre hay recomendaciones noticias.
YouTube.
It's very complicated because on YouTube you always get a recommended news feed.
En las noticias, en los canales de noticias.
On the news channel.
Y siempre hay school shooting, massacres y eso, y por simple morbo.
And there's always mass shooting, massacres, and you have like a morbid curiosity.
Es algo que los miro, pero
and I look at them.
Nunca estaba simulando si yo lo haría eso.
But I was never simulating that I would do that.
Pero fue algo como en el momento que intentaba explicar si ellos miraban que por qué estaba mirando.
It was a spur of the moment thing. I was trying to explain if they saw something like that.
Explicar que era solamente por curiosidad.
And explain that it was just out of curiosity.
Y no para planear nada.
And not to plan anything.
And do you recall telling your coworkers that the Uvalde shooter was a hero?
Sí, pero eso era por una reacción de Ana Flores.
No, but that was just a reaction from Ana Flores.
Era una broma.
It was a joke.
No es mi héroe ni nada de eso.
He's not my hero or anything like that.
I don't have any more questions, Your Honor.
Any further questions?
Mr. Aceves, do you realize now that you said too much that can hurt you in your future?
Too much. Dije demasiado. No estaba pensando las consecuencias que podía ocurrir y
Yes, I said too much and I wasn't thinking about the consequences it could have.
ya sí comprendo las consecuencias que podía a la cárcel y nunca ver a mi familia más.
Now I understand the consequences that I could go to jail and never see my family again.
Now, you've been on probation for 16 months.
Counsel, not on
I mean
probation.
I'm sorry, on house arrest for 16 months. Full house arrest. Have you ever had any violations during the 16 months?
No he tenido nada. Hasta era bien precavido que no cometía ni un error para que pensaban que yo iba a hacer algo.
No, I have not committed any violations. I have been very cautious, so you wouldn't think that I have done something.
And because of that, you've lost your credit rating. You've lost your vehicle, I believe. And correct me if I'm wrong in this thing. Obviously, you've lost your job. You haven't been able to go out to look for a job. And all this is correct.
Sí, es correcto.
Yes, that's correct.
And because of this, you've seen how something so stupid as saying something like that can affect you for the rest of your life.
Sí me puede afectar.
So apparently this guy
Debo
made
como
a
casi $10,000 en total.
terroristic
Yes, you
threat
can
type
fact me.
statement.
I owe like $10,000 in total.
En 2,000 en la tarjeta de crédito
2,000 on the credit card,
y 5,000 en el vehículo
5,000 on the vehicle.
y como en el tiempo eran como $3,600 por el GPS.
And at the time, it was like $3,300 for the GPS.
Can you promise the court, Her Honor, that she will never see you here again should she
The judge is rolling her eyes.
No puedo nunca cometer ni un crimen ni ser un ciudadano honorado.
And I promise I will never commit a crime and I will be an honorable citizen.
Any further questions?
Briefly, Your Honor. Mr. Aceves, how many firearms did you own prior to this incident happening?
It was only one.
So if the police had found both an AR and a shotgun in your room, did not both of those belong to you?
No era una shotgun, era un air rifle.
It wasn't a shotgun, it was
No,
an air
air
rifle.
rifle, sorry. Air, it's that pebble gun or something like that? A pebble rifle. Pellet, yes.
It was a pellet gun or something like that.
He's trying to speak
No
English.
shotgun.
When was that AR purchased?
En MS Frevedo.
Your Honor, interpreter and interpretation.
All right, if you'll repeat, please.
En MS Frevedo.
MS.
Oh, sorry. En
February, in the month of February.
Was that the same year that this incident occurred?
Sí, pero nunca fue intención de comprarla para planear una masacre y nada de eso.
But it was never my intention to purchase it, to plan a massacre or anything.
Tenía 19 años y quería comprarme una pistola porque cosa me gustan mucho como mirar TV shows de
I was 19 and I wanted to buy a gun because I love watching TV shows about
de zombies, como de The Walking Dead.
like zombies,
The
like
Last
The
of
Walking
Us,
Dead
eso.
and that.
Y ahí son uno que puede imaginar como que debes que estar preparado por cualquier situación.
And you can imagine that you have to be prepared for any situation.
Aunque no puede definitivamente no ocurre porque es ficción.
But of course not because it's fiction.
Pero no podía comprarme una pistola porque era menor de edad, debía que tener 21 años.
But I couldn't purchase a gun because I was a minor. I had to be 21.
Así que compré un rifle.
So so I bought a rifle.
No further questions.
All right, so are you saying you couldn't purchase a gun at 21, but you could purchase a rifle?
Yes. Así es lo legalmente que puedes.
Oh, no.
Yes, that's why you can say that's legally.
Yeah, no, I know the law. That was sort of a rhetorical question.
Oh, lo siento.
I'm sorry.
So are you currently 21?
No.
Still 20?
No.
Yes. No, sí, mi jurado.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. So a lot of people will say sometimes, oh, I've said before, you know how you say, I could just kill that person? And honestly, I don't know anybody who's ever said that about somebody else. So what were you thinking and why would you think this would be a joke?
No quería como hacerle que sí lo iba a comentar hacer era
I didn't want to make that comment. It was
son te diciendo para una reacción así.
It was just to say it for a reaction.
Okay. All right. So I will listen to your arguments, but this is what I want to tell both of you when you give me your argument. So my job as a judge is not like the Minority Report with Tom Cruise. I can't see into the future. I don't know what's going to happen. I know, State, you're asking for 10 years prison for a 20-year-old for threats. And I've seen cases where people have made threats against a single person and people offer them deferred or people offer them probation. And I know that's not you, but I've seen that happen. In this case, state, you're going to be asking me to send a 20-year-old to prison for something that I'm assuming you're doing it because you think, one, that he could end up committing this. But what I see is a 20-year-old, and if I send him to prison, and let's say I send him to prison for 5 years or 10 years, and he does all his time at the prison. So let's say he goes in at the age of 20, he's there for 10 years, he gets out when he's 30, they offer him parole, he says, no, I don't want parole. And so he gets out of prison at 30 years old, and he has no supervision, and he can do whatever he wants to do. Then we're right back here. I personally don't think that solves the problem that we have before me. And I will tell both of you, I've read all the stipulations, I've read everything. And based upon what I'm reading and the fact that he has no criminal history, 10 years is too much time for what he's charged with and for what he potentially was saying he was going to do but didn't do. And maybe he was going to do it, but he was stopped before doing it. I don't know. I don't have a crystal ball. What I am thinking of doing is granting his application, keeping him on deferred for 10 years. He will go into custody today because you're going to go to state ISF cognitive, if that's available. If it's not available, we're going to see about some type of, I don't know, mental conditioning or something. I would order that he not to have any possession of weapons. He would still remain on GPS. GPS would be full house arrest, then slowly, maybe he can get a job, then slowly lower down the conditions on that. I would have where he's not to appear or not to reside within a certain place of schools, that he would not be allowed to work or go to Amazon. That's what I'm thinking. And if there's a reason why I should not be thinking that, or someone has something potentially to change my mind about that, I'm more than welcome to hear the argument. But either way, he would be going into custody today.
Your Honor, you're much brighter than I am.
No.
And I appreciate and I respect your decision. And I think that's a good thing for him. I don't think he needs it, but if the court needs it, then I'm okay with it. I've gotten to know this young man over the last 16 months. And I'm gonna get emotional because I've gotten to like him because he really is, thank you. He really is a good young man. He really said something stupid. And it's not too often in my 35 years of being a lawyer that I get emotionally involved in a case. They tell you not to. But when you really believe in someone, when you really believe that they were acting stupid, for this to happen to them, it's like, what did you do to your life, son? And that's how I feel about him. I would have liked to have seen him just walk out with me. I know in my heart that you will never see him again, but I respect your decision and I'm okay with it.
All right. Well, the court's concern is obviously for somebody to even jokingly say this, there's something mental going on. And if I had a program that was a free program that was available where he goes into a mental facility and they work, they educate, I would send him there, but I don't have that. If somebody has that and they have where it's private or it's free or somebody's willing to pay for it for him, I would reconsider doing that instead of ISF. But I think right now, because part of my job is also to protect the public. And if I had a crystal ball, it would be great, because I could say, this is what he's going to do in 3 years. Or if I had a crystal ball and I would say, send a 20-year-old to prison. And we all know prison life, even Bexar County jail life, is not the best life. He's young, he's thin. We already know what's going to happen at prison, potentially, because everybody can't watch people 24/7. Right. And I am wondering, sending him to prison for 10 years, what is that going to do to his psyche? And how is he going to come back out of prison into society? And are we going to have an even bigger problem? So I'm trying to put some safeguards in place, and then state, if he violates GPS in any way that I'm going to give him, if he doesn't report the way he's supposed to, then the full 10 years is there. I will put in place that there, wherever he lives, if he's living with his parents, there are to be no weapons in the home. And I'm going to put in place, sort of similar to sex offender registration, even though this is not a sex case, that he has to give probation all the computer access, phone access, any electronic access, so that they can be aware of what he's looking at and what is happening. I just think in this case, 10 years prison for a 20-year-old, and I realize what could have happened, what may have happened. So that's where I am. And the reason, and I struggle with this case, and I thought about this case from when you all were first here till now, about what potentially would be the right decision in this case. And it's a very difficult case. And I know it's a difficult case for the state. And state, I do know why you're asking for the 10 years, because something catastrophic could have happened. So I do understand.
And I respect her for that. And just one more thing, if I may. It's been comforting for me to know that he's been on full house arrest for 16 months. 4 days would be 16 months. He didn't even walk out the front door. And I think that goes to show you that I feel that he's going to be successful in this program. We appreciate what you're doing for him. I just have one question. How long is this going to take? I don't understand. I don't know.
Probation will be able to let you know how long it will take for him to get transferred to state ISF. But again, if you and the state want to confer and there is some sort of inpatient cognitive treatment for him that is not at the state jail or not at the prison, you can let the court know. The court will consider that. But my thing is, he needs to be worked on internally with the mental that's going on. And I see there are some mental health issues, but DDRF and Mick, they say he's not eligible.
Right. I understand your decision, Your Honor, and I do respect that. And I do agree that some sort of inpatient time, if we're not going to send him straight to prison, is appropriate. I'm thinking back to what Mr. Porter had testified last week, that it remains to be seen whether this is someone who's done well on bond because they fixed the problem, or if they're doing well on bond because, as Mr. Osbus had testified, I've been cautious so you won't think I've done something. So I think that we do need as many safeguards as possible if we aren't doing prison, and short of that, to ensure that.
Well, my thing is we're going to do things incrementally. Mm-hmm. And we will have settings for this to come back to court. Once he's released from inpatient, we can have settings to come back every 60 days, and we can discuss where we are, how he's doing, and do it that way.
One more thing. I keep saying one more thing.
Yes.
I love coming to this court, Your Honor, because you not only think of the public, but you also think of the welfare of the people that are before you. And that's just something that you've earned the respect of all of us in Bexar County and anybody else that may know you, that you're just a wonderful lady.
Oh, thank you so much. I appreciate that. All right. So I'm going to give these conditions and state if there are any other conditions you think would be helpful, just let me know. So we're going to do 10 years deferred adjudication. There is to be state ISF cognitive, and he's to be taken into custody today for that. Once he's released from state IS cognitive, we will set this, Vashawn, once he's released from state ISF, before he's released from the Bexar County Jail, let's have him brought over. Is that possible? Okay, well, let's do this. Once he's released from state ISF, we'll just set it for a hearing in here, and we'll call it a compliance hearing.
Yes, ma'am.
So once he's released, we'll do a compliance hearing to maybe fine tune any conditions that we need to fine tune. So I'm going to say full GPS. We'll waive fees.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you. I was going to ask.
Or defer fees. And then Mr. Aceves, once you've completed the state ISF, or if there's an inpatient treatment through private means, once you completed that, we're going to come back and then we can address the full GPS. But my understanding from working in different treatment courts, you can't go from rigid to all of a sudden you're free. It's sort of like when you have children and you have them on this rigid schedule, then maybe you send them off to college and no supervision. So we'll do full GPS. There's to be no weapons possessed. And there's to be no weapons wherever you're living. So if you're living with your parents, there's to be no weapons in the residence. You understand? And to the Mr. Cisneros, if you could let his parents know, if there are weapons in the home, he cannot stay there.
Yes, ma'am. And Your Honor, he was saying that he owes like $3,000 or something in the GPS fees. Is there a way we can waive those?
We'll deal with that when we come back.
Okay, thank you.
All right, there is to be all electronic, I'll say just items. So that means computers, cell phones, sort of like if he were on sex offender registration. He's to make sure that you all have all the information to look into those computers. So you're going to have to register all electronic items, and that's going to include the items that your parents have in the home. So if they have cell phones, iPhones, all of that has to be registered. You understand?
I'm curious about the legality of that.
And all computers in the home must be registered.
Because now you're monitoring people who did not commit a crime.
With Ana Flores or any workers from his Amazon location, because I know people will order off Amazon. So none of the workers from his Amazon location.
He's going into custody, but I don't think he's going to be
regular reporting
kept there.
That can be by Zoom or in person. I'm going to want random field visits.
This guy made a threat about shooting up a public location, I think a school.
Until further notice.
One threat.
But Sean, if you'll let probation know when we have the compliance hearing, if that's going well, we can reconsider. There's to be regular UAs. And we will deal with proof of employment. But Sean, I'm not even going to put employment in right now because there's no way for him to get the employment. We'll put that in once we have our compliance hearings. But Sean, is there anything else he needs? Mr. Aceve, I keep mispronouncing your name. I'm sorry. Is there anything else you need from the court to be successful?
No, I will obey all the conditions.
All right, State, do you think there's anything else he needs at this time?
No, Your Honor, but Ms. Ana Flores did mention to me this morning that she would like the no contact order to extend to her family.
Yes.
Based on the concerns that she mentioned earlier.
All right, and there's to be no contact with Anna Flores' family.
Salty Sabbath,
And for
welcome to the
record, Your
gallery.
Honor, I'd like to tell Mr. Aceves something. And that includes your family, your mom, your dad, any family members or friends, okay? They cannot contact her at all. Okay?
All right. And then I'll put in here, there's to be no contact with
Yeah, I don't know how this is going to be.
elementary, preschool, junior high, high school. I think they now call it middle school. If he decides that he wants to maybe get his GED or get a college degree, we'll cross that bridge when we come to it. But for now, there's to be no contact with any schools.
Thou shalt not get further education.
All right. Is there anything else from either side?
No, Your Honor.
All right.
No, ma'am. Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Okay,
I'm going to
so-
show you what's entitled Trial Court Certification of Defendant's Rights to Appeal. Did you review that with your attorney? Did you understand it? And did you sign it?
Yes, sí, mi jurado.
Yes, Your Honor.
Because this is a plea bargain agreement, because I followed your plea bargain agreement, and because you waived your right to appeal, you do not have the court's permission to appeal. Do you understand?
Sí, mi jurado.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. So from here on out, everything that you do, you're looking at potentially going to prison for 10 years. Do you understand?
Sí, mi jurado.
Yes, Your Honor.
And I hope that you're going to be thinking about what brought you here. Okay? And it is never funny or a joke to ever talk about harming anyone. You understand? That's not funny.
Sí, sí, mi jurado, en verdad. Antes no lo pensaba así. No, sí se lo tomaba de una broma, pero cuando estuve 16 meses, sí.
Yes, Your Honor. Before I did think it was a joke, but since I've been for 16 months, I've been
Pensando en las vidas humanas y
thinking about human life,
perdonar esta.
and I'm sorry.
All right. Thank you. Thank you both. Humberto Chavez. Yes. Yes, you may. Thank you so much. Oh,
Wow.
you're so welcome.
So he didn't get prison, but he has a pretty hefty
Are you all ready to
release
proceed?
package.
All right, but Sean, this is a motion to revoke. Mhm. Okay. Okay. Oh, no problem.
I'm still working on the flowers.
Yes.
We are going with the purple vase one. I
All
called them.
right,
They do
everyone,
include the
make sure
purple
you
vase.
keep your voices down, please. Court is calling 2020 CR 2517, State of Texas versus Humberto Chavez. Can our parties announce for the record for the state?
Jason Garahan, Your Honor.
Defense?
Adrian Pettis.
And are you Mr. Chavez?
And Your Honor.
All right, I'm showing you what's entitled Motion to Revoke Community Supervision. Did you review that with your attorney? Did you understand it?
Yes, Your Honor, I did.
Are you the same Humberto Chavez who was placed on community supervision in 2022 CR 2517 for the offense of possession of a controlled substance, penalty group 1 less than? All right, does anyone want to make a oral motion to the motion to revoke?
Yes, Your Honor, oral motion to change the verbiage, state
She found a
possession
mistake.
of controlled substance penalty group 1 less than 1. It says group, we're asking for less than 1 gram. No objections.
All right.
Typo.
So are you the same? Are you the same Humberto Chavez who was placed on community supervision in 2022 CR 2517 for the offense of possession of a controlled substance, penalty group 1 less than 1 gram on June 6, 2023 for a term of 3 years? Is that you?
Yes, Your Honor, it is.
All right, state.
Yes, Your Honor. Violated condition number 1 on or about the 25th day of August 2023 in Bexar County, Texas. The defendant, Humberto Chavez, committed the offense of evade, arrest, or detention in violation condition number 1.
How do you plead to that? True or not true?
True, Your Honor. Your Honor, we'll waive the remaining violated conditions.
Any objections?
No, Your Honor.
Did you understand by pleading true to violation of condition number 1, the court could find it true, grant the motion, and sentence you up to 2 years in the state jail facility and up to $1,000 fine?
I understand, Your Honor.
I'm sorry, everyone, just one moment. Can you mute us, please?
Mom's calling. Phone call. Okay, so while that is going on, we're gonna talk a little bit about flowers for a minute. Here's what I'm thinking. First of all, Jay, the Shaman of Jay, J-Bone Nation. He's got Judge Boyd coming on his channel. I believe it's on the 27th. This is super exciting. He's got her as a guest on his channel. That is awesome. Jay has sent flowers, and the vase that is in the very front of her purse appears to be the flowers that Jay ordered for her. That is awesome. I'm not trying to copycat or anything else. You guys suggested flowers and started donating. It really left me with no choice but to go ahead and do that. I want to let Jay's flowers have front row seat through the time that she appears as a guest on his channel. So we're gonna, and I'd encourage you to watch Jay's channel so you can see that guest appearance. That is awesome. I'm so excited for his channel to do that. Anyway, what date would be right to send these flowers and have them delivered? Let me know.
One true. Is there an agreement?
There is, Your Honor.
And what is the agreement?
The agreement is to adjudicate guilt, revoke the individual office probation, sentence him to 180 days in the Bear County, I'm sorry, not the Bear County, the state jail facility. And also the state will take into consideration the 2 new number ones, clause numbers 715.
Everyone, please whisper.
715-748 and 715-749.
All right. Is that the agreement?
Yes, Your Honor.
Mr. Chavez, are you asking the court to follow that agreement?
I am, Your Honor.
Are you waiving your right to appeal?
I am, Your Honor.
All right. The court will follow your agreement, sentence you to 1 year in the state jail facility, give you credit for any time served, take in consideration 715-748 and 715-749.
Your Honor, our agreement was for 180 days.
Oh, I'm so sorry.
That is.
Yeah, I was just seeing if people were paying attention. All right, I'll follow your agreement to 180 days in the state jail facility. Mr. Chavez, it appears that you have a drug or alcohol problem. If you would like, I could refer you to the therapeutic community. Whether they place you in the program or not is completely up to them. I don't have any jurisdiction over that. However, if you were placed in the therapeutic community, it will not extend your 180 days. So would you prefer that or no?
No, Your Honor, actually, I think I could just be done with.
All right. So here's the thing.
Oh, man.
If you don't get your life together, you're going to be back right here with another drug case. Do you understand?
I understand, Your Honor.
All right. I'm going to show you what's entitled Trial Court Certification of Defendant's Rights to Appeal. Did you review that with your attorney? Did you understand it? And did you sign it?
I did, Your Honor.
All right. Because this is a plea bargain agreement, because I followed your plea bargain agreement, and because you waive your right to appeal, you do not have the court's permission to appeal. And because this is a felony conviction, you're not allowed to own or possess any weapons or ammunition. If you have a question over what a weapon or ammunition is, you'll need to speak to an attorney. Do you understand?
I do, Your Honor.
All right. We can go off the record. Mr. Chavez, I remember you, and I will tell you what is happening with your face. That has gotten bigger than it was the last time you were here. You need to go see a doctor and have that looked at. You understand?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. Good luck to you.
God bless you. Thank you.
Wow.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
You're welcome. Elsa Morales.
She's worried about his medical condition. Really sad there. She offered to try to include some treatment, some drug or alcohol treatment for him.
Are we
and
here
he's
for
like, no, I just
sentencing?
want to be done with jail and out. Oh, man.
You see the certificate type of probation.
It's sad.
There's one letter of support. I would like to submit support from her daughter.
Okay.
He had
All
he had a growth
right.
next
Who
to
is
his
the
eye.
prosecutor on this case? They know. Yeah. All right. Court is calling 2023 CR 5382B. I'm sorry, what? Hi. There's a lot happening. So everyone, this is what we're going to do.
Here we go.
When we're on the record, Don't approach the court coordinator because they're too close. If you want to approach the deputy and have them bring your person out, you're more than welcome to do so. Court is calling 2023 CR 5382B, State of Texas versus Elsa Morales. Can I have parties announced for the record for the state?
Jason Garahan, Your Honor.
Defense?
Glenn Payne for defense.
And are you Miss Morales?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, you entered a plea on August 14th. You entered a plea of guilty, applied for deferred adjudication. The state is asking that your punishment be assessed at 1 year in the state jail facility. They're remaining silent on your recommendations and they're taking certain cases into consideration. Have both parties had a chance to review the PSI report?
Yeah, there actually wasn't a PSI created in this court. You asked to reset. We asked for the PSI to get the letter, then you just wanted to see the criminal history.
Yes. So is there a criminal history available for the court?
I'm thinking we have this sent for the flowers arrive for Thursday, September 28th. I don't want to interrupt. There are going to be family members and things that give her flowers around her birthday, and I don't want to
thank you
to push into that area. We want to say thank you, but I don't want to intrude on where someone else might be doing something thoughtful for her that has a relationship with Judge Boyd. So I'm thinking Thursday, September 28th for the flower delivery. That'll be after Jay's interview airs, I believe, on his channel. And the link's been shared by Samantha in chat. So thank you very, very much for Samantha for sharing that. I do encourage everyone to go watch that channel on Jay's watch that interview on Jay's channel when that does air. I will tell you, Jay is very different than I am. He does his style and he does what he does well. It's a very different feel from this. Obviously, there's some a little bit more language than we have here, but he does a similar thing with true crime analysis.
Defense, do you have any
super
witnesses?
excited for him to get this interview.
Like I said, we just had one support letter on behalf of Ms. Morales. It's her daughter, stating how she helped. That Ms. Morales helps take care of children, and she was working at a home health care, also supplied money for the family. We're going to ask that the court grant her probation in this case, and let her continue support of her family.
All right, Ms. Morales, can you raise your right hand? Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you give will be the truth and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes.
All right, you can lower your hand, state your name for the record.
Elsa Mireles.
All right, why are you stealing?
Whoa. Why are you stealing? Boom.
That was a bad choice. I wasn't thinking.
Why are you involving a child in theft?
Oh.
Because it says that this was the MO, go to the store, put things in a cart, and then have a child push the cart outside. So you're basically unwittingly making a child a criminal. Why are you doing that? I mean, your attorney was not there, so he can't answer this question. You did it. You took a child in Target, or as we say, Target. You took a child there, loaded things in a basket, and for that child to know to just push that cart towards all points of sale tells me that somebody told that child, this is what's going to go down. We're going to go in, we're going to put items in this cart, and you just keep pushing it. So why?
I have no words for that.
Yes. And how old was the child that you all involved in your criminal activity who now thinks it's okay to engage in criminal activity?
5 years old.
All right. So you took a 5-year-old. And what day of the week was this? Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, what day?
I'm not sure.
All right. Was it a school day?
No, I'm not too sure.
All right, so you take this 5-year-old, walk me through it. So the 5-year-old is pushing the cart out, and obviously police are called, right?
Right.
And did they speak to the 5-year-old? What is the 5-year-old thinking? Do you know? I know somebody will probably object to speculation, but I just want to know, what was the 5-year-old doing when police are there? I'm assuming you all were placed in handcuffs.
I was already in the car. It was with his mother.
Mm-hmm. All right, so it was you and his mother who was stealing. Is that what you're saying?
We were already out and
the mom told him to leave it there and he did it.
I'm sorry, I can't hear you.
Somebody else helped the little boy push it out.
All right, so someone helped the little boy push the cart
She's
out
blaming the 5-year-old?
after you all were committing a theft from Target. And what items were you all taking?
It was stuff for the kids.
No. Don't put this on the children. What items were you taking?
Toys.
And what else?
It was clothing.
Oh, man.
So you're teaching children that in order to get things, they should steal. That's what you're teaching. And you left out to the tune of $553.69. So how
This is not diapers and baby
full
formula,
was
guys.
the cart that you were taking out?
It was full.
All right. And then now I've received this letter where you took a child to help you steal, and somebody is saying that you're taking care of children and you're a home health care provider. I don't allow people in this courtroom who are on probation to be home health care providers. And who are you providing health to? Is this a relative?
No.
Right. So I don't know how you're able to take care of children and be a home health care provider.
Those are my kids that I take care of.
Mm-hmm. I don't think you're a good candidate for probation because it appears that your background is littered with theft cases and you're here on a theft enhanced. And how old are you?
43.
I mean, you're old enough to know better. It's not like you're 20 or you're 19 and you have peer pressure. So again, tell me, why are you stealing? It says here that you have a job, that you can pay for things. I don't understand the stealing.
Your Honor, but that doesn't excuse for it.
I'm sorry, what?
I didn't have a job at that time, but that doesn't excuse for it.
And it certainly doesn't excuse involving a 5-year-old in your criminal activity. So again, why should I give you probation? The state is silent. Why should I give you probation?
Because I got to take care of my kids. There's no fathers involved for my children.
Well, when you were using the 5-year-old to steal items, were you thinking about, who's going to take care of my children if I am at the Bexar County Jail? Were you thinking about that?
No, Your Honor.
And if something would have ended up happening, sometimes when people go to places and they steal, sometimes people end up getting shot. If that 5-year-old would have been shot, you know what would have ended up happening? You would have been on somebody's news, boo-hooing and crying about how it's unfair that your child was shot. So what am I supposed to do about this? You won't stop stealing.
I will, Your Honor.
No, did you say that to the last judge, that you were going to stop stealing? How many times in your lifetime on this planet, as a 41-year-old, have you had criminal cases for stealing?
She's counting.
Now, mind you, name them all because I've read the report.
Like, I believe 5 cases.
And you have not learned anything from that. What you've learned, obviously, is to continue to steal and start this idea where you take a child in with you, you put items in a cart and you just have them pushing it out. In my mind, I can imagine this 5-year-old, because when you see children pushing carts, they're not even old enough to stand and look over the cart. They're just struggling, barely pushing it. And I'm always thinking to myself, why doesn't a parent help that child push their cart?
Your Honor, we told him to leave it there and he continued pushing it out. That's when the other 2 people helped him.
Oh, so now you're saying.
Yeah, that's what we did.
You did not include him in your criminal enterprise.
We told him to leave it there and the other 2 people, random people, helped him.
Random
so
people.
this is not a theft case. You were not intending to have him steal. Is that what you're telling the court?
Good Samaritans helped him steal the cart? What?
That's what happened.
No. Are you telling the court that this was not a criminal enterprise, that you or somebody loaded a cart at Target with items, the 5-year-old was pushing it, and you're continuing putting items in a cart, totaling over $500, and then as he's pushing the cart past points of sale, you're telling him, oh, just leave that there. Maybe you're telling we don't have money for that. We just loaded up the cart for some unknown reason and we have no money for that. Is that what you're telling the court? If not, let me know. I mean, I wasn't there, state wasn't there, your counsel wasn't there. I'm just trying to figure out if that's what you're telling me. If that's not what you're telling me, say, Judge, no, that's not what I'm telling you. I'm not going to take that as a sign of disrespect, okay? So are you telling the court that you all loaded up a cart of items at Target? The 5-year-old is pushing the cart and you're telling the 5-year-old, leave the cart there. We don't have any money for these items. And your intent was just to walk out. Is that what you're telling the court?
To walk out without the stuff, like to leave the stuff there.
Okay. Is there anything else?
I think they saw security.
With the testimony and we're trying to escape. My client at this time, I think we need to ask the court to withdraw her plea.
All right, that'll be denied. All right, this is what the court is going to do. Court is going to find you guilty. Court is going to sentence you to 1 year in the state jail facility. Give you credit for any time served. Take in consideration GJ 812055, JN number 2127782. Showing you what's entitled Trial Court Certification of Defendant's Rights to Appeal. Did you review that with your attorney? Did you understand it and did you sign it?
Yes, I did.
Because this is a plea bargain agreement, because I followed your plea bargain agreement, and because you waive your right to appeal, you do not have the court's permission to appeal. Because this is a felony conviction, you're not allowed to own or possess any weapons or ammunition. If you have a question over what a weapon or ammunition is, you'll need to speak to an attorney. Do you understand?
Yes.
All right, we can go off the record. Good luck to you. Do not steal. Do not take what does not belong to you, and do not involve children in your enterprise. Shane Rowley.
Wow. The lawyer's like, wait, can we just cancel our plea? Nope. Wow. That was bad. The attitude was the worst. The attitude is what got her. The judge, even through that, the judge is worried about her and about her kids.
There was some issue with competency being coded incorrectly. Where are we?
He still has not been evaluated by the doctor. We don't have a report. He's obviously on bond, Your Honor, and is just waiting for, I got with the magistrate court after the last court setting. They said that a doctor or somebody would reach out to him. They have good contact information for him. They have his phone number as well as his stepmom's phone number.
All right, this is what we're going to do. We're going to reset this for 45 days. And once you get your reset form, counsel, if you could take him to the magistrate court and find out what's going on down there.
Sure.
And make sure that the court coordinator has his contact information. And then if they give you a date certain, if you'll come up and let the court know, and we'll change this date. Ms. Ferguson, I need a 45-day reset on Shane Rowley. All right, so we'll come back on November 9th.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. Thank you for your patience.
I'm writing the card for Judge Boyd right now for flowers.
Who's here on Juan Carranza? Thank you.
Would you like the defendant?
Yes, please. It's always great seeing you. I love the pen.
Good morning.
This is
All
live.
right, so in
this
this
is live.
case,
We're waiting for her jury trial to start today.
And so just to give the court a status, at the last setting, the DNA evidence finally came in. I have hired a DNA expert. I immediately sent that information to him. I have not yet gotten a report back from him. I would assume to get something back from him within the next 30 days. And so we're here asking the court for a 30-day reset.
All right, Ms. Ferguson. On this case, give me a 45-day reset on Carranza. All right, it's going to be November 9th. Okay. So at that time, state, you need to be prepared to tender an offer, and then it's going to be a quick turnaround for a plea deadline date.
Thank you, Judge.
All right, is there anything else?
There is not. May we be excused?
Yes.
Thank you.
All right, as soon as as soon as no Spanish interpreter either. Thank you. Jonathan Oleg. All right, where's Mr. Oleg?
Coming up to.
All right, we're here for discovery. Where are we on the discovery?
I believe discovery is complete, Your Honor. We'll tender a discovery receipt.
And are you prepared to make an offer today?
We did make an offer, Your Honor. I believe counsel has given that offer to his client, but had time for his client to.
All right, Ms. Ferguson, on this case, if we can recall it in 2 weeks for a plea deadline date, please. All right, so we're going to come back on October 12th. All right, thank you. Yes, you may.
Cordero Luis.
I'll show you the flowers again here in just a second. They are, it's purple in a purple vase.
May I first?
Yes.
Just on that one, Simeon, I think his name was.
Simeon?
That was,
yes.
I did get a response back. It's supposedly in Geo. And then it gets sentenced on November 29th. And then after that, we will be sent over.
Okay. All right. If you have them pull the file.
Also, real quick.
Just 1 second.
Where'd they go?
Yes.
Here at the computer. So, I see one that is written out and I'm knowing that for continue.
Okay, once they put it up here on the desk, I'll take care of it.
Okay, got a long stack before that. I have a plea.
Okay. All right, sure.
Okay. Thank you, Judge.
You're welcome.
Ivan says, include my Department of Corrections number in the note just in case I end up in a situation in San Antonio. Oh man, that's funny. Okay, I lost my tab. I tried to move it to another window to show you and it disappeared. So let me hunt it down.
All right, Shalise Schnitz.
Good morning, Your Honor.
Good morning. So where are we on this case?
Well, first, we don't consent to appearing on YouTube.
All right, that motion is denied. Where are we on this case?
But I would like to make a record, Judge, about having to appear on YouTube.
All right, where are we on this case with regards to discovery?
So you won't let me make that record, Your Honor?
The motion will be heard when you file your notice for pretrial motions to be heard. Right now, where we are is there's a motion for blood discovery. There was an agreed order. Where are we on that?
Judge, the blood discovery was provided to defense. They provided it electronically. We sent the link to files, I'd say a few weeks ago. Defense has access to those files through those links for about a year.
All right. So is there any other outstanding discovery?
Defense did bring to my attention through an email earlier this morning, 2 or 3 items that I did not have the chance to fully check the electronic discovery to see if they were in there. It's statements from witnesses that were taken at the scene. There was a lot of discovery here, so I couldn't say whether or not we've already provided it. If I get a short amount of time, I couldn't verify that.
All right, Ms. Ferguson, on this case, give me a 30-day reset for discovery, please. This will be the final discovery date, and we'll hear motions on that date.
And Your Honor, there's also outstanding motion to modify conditions of bond. Ms. Schnitz, and this is one of the reasons we don't want to be appearing on YouTube. Ms. Schnitz has been ordered by the court not to drive. She has a vehicle in her driveway that is being in the process of being repossessed. Obviously, these are very personal matters. She's also in a child custody dispute with the father of her children. And he is using these videos in her.
All right, Ms. Ferguson, can I have a 30-day reset? At that time, the court will hear your motions. And at that time, that's the last time the court will have this set for any outstanding discoveries. So you all need to confer, and you all need to make sure that you have all of your discovery.
Yes, Judge. Can we get the ignition interlock device removed from her vehicle?
I will have the discovery hearing, and I will have the motions hearing in 30 days. Everybody needs to be prepared for motions.
And if the car gets repossessed before then, Judge?
All right. What date, Ms. Ferguson? All right, October 26th.
Dismissed.
Okay. Thank you.
A nice purse is not going to help you, ma'am.
And Norma, set this for motions on that day at 10:30. Are you able to be here at 10:30 on that day, counsel? Oh, it's October 26th.
Yes, outstanding. Outstanding has a different meaning.
We also hear our request tonight.
All your motions will be heard on that date.
I honestly think the judge will probably grant that motion to not have the proceeding carried live. I think she will, but this lawyer needs to tone it down. He needs to change his attitude entirely.
And this is Jonathan Oleg. That's done.
What was the date? What was the date that they scheduled this for? October 26th. We're on October 28th.
All right, who's here on Luis Francisco Cordero? Michael Herrera? And Norma, if you can give the Zoom link for Anton for Eric Johnson. Is the interpreter here? Has the interpreter been called on Eric Gonzalez Lopez? Sir, just have a seat. We're waiting for your attorney. No problem. Arturo Villanueva? Yes, we do. But I don't think their attorney is here. And that is for Eric Gonzalez Lopez. All right, I believe this is Criminal Trial Division. All right, and the state was to provide an offer. Have you received an offer?
No, Your Honor.
Did you confer with the state today?
Yes, Your Honor.
Your Honor, I think what the problem is that the file right now is missing. We can look at the docket necessary, but we are in the process of looking for that. It's going to be obtained. I've had several people go look for it right now, Judge. If we get a little bit more time.
Sure. All right, just have a seat. We'll call you up.
Your Honor, I have a civil district court presiding case that we've announced 3 to 4 hours over there. Can I get the excuse to go over there with, and I'll give Mr. Garahan my cell number and he can text me if it's available.
All right, and you need to come back, and criminal district court takes precedent, but I'll let you go over there.
Thank you, Your Honor.
You're welcome. Kenan Brown. His attorney. Who's his attorney? Thank you. All right, we're here for discovery issues. Where are we on discovery?
I believe we turned over some discovery this morning. I know that Mrs. J was in trial when we were in trial, and it was supposed to be exchanged in, but I think we cleared it up, if I'm correct.
Yes, Your Honor. It was a misunderstanding, but I do have everything to say.
Okay.
So I think our minds were on, both of us were on different things, but we have it today, and that should be the only discovery that is outstanding.
All right, and so state, were you prepared to make an offer today or no?
We can. I don't know if one has been given or not, but I can give an offer today if she can. Yes.
All right, so
I'm not prepared to counter it. I have to look at the surveillance video related to this robbery.
All right.
That's what's turned over today.
All right. So Ms. Ferguson,
Yes, ma'am.
and state if you'll give an offer today. And Ms. Ferguson, if you'll give me a 30-day reset and counsel, that will be your plea deadline date and you all can confer off docket. Is that enough time for everyone?
I think so, Your Honor.
All right.
Hey guys, I apologize. I missed some comments in chat,
October
some
26th.
responses.
Is that good for you, Ms. Gay?
Yes, it is.
All right.
Somebody
We'll
sent
see
me
you
a
back on October
text.
26th.
Apparently, some
You're
people are
welcome.
making some responses that could have been considered racial when the lady was up for theft, talking about deportation and stuff, which is not okay. I first of all, I apologize for letting that slide. I didn't see them in chat. I wasn't paying close enough attention. But let's be polite to people. There's no room for racism in here. All right. Thank you.
Another rubber band bites the dust. It's for that one.
Here's our motto. Be kind. Just be kind. Be kind to everyone unless it's Tommy. We try to be kind to everybody a little bit. All right, we're
Oh, is Darlene Gay still here?
the judge is getting
okay.
angry.
Because you have someone else on the docket.
We have an afternoon jury trial with this judge, and so this is the morning that sets her up for whatever attitude she's going to have during the jury trial. That last lawyer that didn't consent to being on YouTube, I think got under her skin just a little bit, so that's not going to go well for him or Mrs. Schnitzel. What was her name? Shivitz, something like that. But yeah. Jamie C. You know, I make mistakes, and I'll admit I say things that are insensitive, and sometimes I don't think through, and people will reach out to me and say, "Hey, that was really uncalled for." And let's just think everything through before we say it. We're all friends here. It's not your business. That was not your business. With somebody else, and she brought her purse as if that was going to help her. I think, but it really won't. Her lawyer is not helping her at all. Okay. I have a window with a halfway completed order of flowers for the judge, and I cannot. Let's see. I can't get it to come back. It shows it's open, but I can't get it to come up on the screen. Show all windows. Okay, so let me show you this. I'm sitting here looking at this right here. Ready? This is what I'm seeing. And then when I go to click on this to order the okay, it slides off the screen and it goes to who knows where. And I can't find it. I'm scrolling between my desktops and there's nothing there. So I need to figure out where this is at. Let's see. Window. Well, that's not me.
We have
We'll go back to the judge here
because
for a
he's in
second.
the waiting room.
Bring all to front.
Mr. Hardy, who do you have with us? What page is she on?
Oh, no. I just can't find this. Where did the page go? Are Lily's
Because I don't see his name on the docket.
Let's see. Is that?
Yes.
Briefly, so I can give the court an update on Shane Riley. I went down and spoke to the coordinator in Magport. She says he's number 5 on the wait list to be evaluated.
Okay.
I don't know what that means. I told her it was being reset for 45 days and they have all his contact information.
Okay. All right. Thank you so much.
I've got it pulled up on the screen again. I'm ordering the biggest bouquet they have in this purple vase arrangement because that's what you guys ordered. So let me get this. I need to finish typing the note here.
All right, because I don't have her on the docket. All right, if you'll let Mr. Hardy know.
I only have 75 characters. Oh, man. 175. That's basically a tweet. I have to write a tweet to her and include.
All right, any attorneys who are here and you're ready, just approach the coordinator and have her put the file up here and we'll take it up.
Everyone's like, I don't want to go next. Not after the YouTube complainer. So what if I said something like this? What if I said, in appreciation of the thoughtful, fair and caring way you administer justice from your Recovery Addict fans? Is that almost uses all my words up? I don't have very much I can put on the card. Steal your heart, Susan. Our thoughts are with you. Hope everything goes well, and the tests show that everything is good.
For Judge Lloyd's bouquet.
Oh, we've got it. We've got it, Holly. We've got the bouquet covered. Thank you very much. You guys are super generous. We do have this coming from a florist near the courthouse, so they can even do today delivery. They can do same day delivery. But we're out of respect for Jay, because Jay just sent the flowers that appear in the very front, in front of her bag. That bouquet is what Jay from the Shaman of Jay just sent the YouTube channel. Out of respect for him, we don't want to step on those flowers. We're going to wait a week at least, and give it to her on, I think, the 28th. Okay. The 28th. See, I will show a picture. Yes, here's the picture of the flowers we're sending right here. They've got regular, deluxe, and premium. We're going with the premium one, and I used my 20% site-wide discount. When I tried to switch to another screen, it offered me a discount, so we got a steal of a deal. So we're gonna send those flowers to her, and I've confirmed with the flower shop that it will ship with that purple vase. Buffer, let's see. Lilies can be poisonous to some. Don't eat them. Is that, no. Are they, have we ever seen her have lilies before? I don't think they'd ship, something that would kill somebody. I guess what some people, peanuts can kill them, so. Need to do it on a Monday so she can enjoy them all week. The thing is, I think her appearance on, let's see, When's she going to be on Jay's channel? I think she's going to be on the 27th.
Who's here on
Jay's channel.
Giancarlo Armstrong?
Should we push it out till the Monday after?
Yes.
They-
On the other side.
I couldn't find very many green and gold bouquets that looked good.
All right, Mr. Armstrong. Why were you late? No, he was late. Because I called the name and I put NP for not present.
He would have been outside in Judge. He was here 2 days ago for 3 hours, and I don't anticipate that it was anything intentional. I think he may have just been outside because he was texting me this morning while I was on a Zoom hearing. So apologies.
Okay. So we're here for a motion to revoke.
Yes, Your Honor.
Are both parties ready?
Yes, Your Honor.
Court is calling 2022 CR 0686, State of Texas versus Giancarlo Cisneros Armstrong. Could I have parties announced for the record for the state?
Hank Wilkins for the state, Your Honor.
Defense.
Powers for Mr. Armstrong, Your Honor.
And are you Giancarlo Cisneros Armstrong?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, you were placed on deferred adjudication in 2022 CR 0686 for the offense of aggravated sexual assault on June 14th, 2022 for a term of 8 years. Is that you?
Yes, Your Honor.
State? Oh, I'm sorry. Off the record. This was reduced to attempted, and it's not listed in the motion to revoke as attempted.
And we will stipulate to the attempted, Your Honor.
All right, so I will reread. All right, can we go off the record? Can you mute us, please?
Okay. I'm just going to say from your fans on YouTube, because I know some of us watch her on her channel as well. In appreciation to the thoughtful, fair, and caring way you administer justice from your fans on YouTube, and I'll sign it Recovery Addict. Let's see. These are stargazer lilies, and I realize some people are saying that lilies can be poisonous for people who have latex allergies. She has like latex gloves used in her court on a regular basis. I don't think that would be an issue for her. Lilies can be poisonous to cats. She has lilies now. Debbie says vouch for the flower business. I wish we could send them in a vase that's shaped like a purse, but I'd have to order the vase and then trying to match that up with a florist. It's very difficult, and most of them won't work that way. So we just have to go. From your RA fans, how about from your RA fans on YouTube, and then I'll sign it Recovery Addict.
I'm not a cat.
Does that work?
Offense of evade arrest or detention in violation of condition number 1.
How do you plead to that? True or not true?
Sure. Violated condition number 1 on or about the 12th day of August 2023 in Bexar County, Texas. The defendant, Giancarlo Cisneros Armstrong, committed the offense of failure to identify in violation of condition number 1.
How do you plead to that? True or not true?
True, Your Honor.
And Your Honor, we've waived the other violations alleged in the motions.
All right, any objections to the waiver?
No, Your Honor.
Did you understand by pleading true to violation of conditions 1 and 1, the court could find it true, grant the motion, find you guilty, and sentence you up to 20 years in prison and up to $10,000 fine?
Yes, Your Honor.
Knowing that, do you still wish to plead true to violations conditions 1 and 1?
Yes, Your Honor.
Court will find violations 1 and 1 true. Is there an agreement?
There is, Your Honor. The defendant has agreed to state ISF, Judge.
Okay.
And that is the agreement, Your Honor.
Is this just state IS cognitive?
It is, Judge. We checked a couple of days ago. I believe it would be a 40-day wait inpatient, and I believe a 90-day inpatient after that. So he's aware that he's looking at a commitment of 130 days.
All right. And is he eligible for state ISF?
Your Honor, he will be. I forgot to mention. He pled true to these two violations. With the state is going to TIC the underlying.
All right. And what are the cause numbers? You can talk from.
I've got them for you, Hank.
Oh, thanks.
Your Honor, one of them is 714734.
Mm-hmm.
The other one is 714735. They were both out of the same incident.
All right. The court will find violations of 1 and 1 true. Probation, are you in agreement with this recommendation? Yes, All right. The court will deny the motion, alter and amend conditions to include state ISF cognitive, taking consideration 714734 and 714735. Mr. Armstrong, is there anything else you need from the court so you can obey the rules and be a productive citizen?
May I speak on his behalf, Your Honor?
No, I want to know if there's anything else he needs.
Oh, yeah, there's one thing, Your Honor. It's just if I may be able to attend church again.
Oh, no, we're not even at that point. We're at the point where you're on deferred adjudication. You're looking at 20 years in prison and you picked up 2 number ones. So what I'm trying to figure out is what is your thought process that you're not thinking and it's not at the forefront of your mind that you could be doing 20 years in prison. I'm sure your attorney has spoken to you about this. I don't take any joy or pleasure in sending the people to prison. When I place people on probation, I'm hoping that they're going to be successful. I want them to be successful. I want them to turn their life around. I don't want them to come back before me unless they're coming back before me to say, I've learned a lot. You'll never see me again for this. You understand?
Yes, Your Honor.
So I'm talking about in terms of that. Is there anything else you need from the court?
No, Your Honor.
All right, then I'll send you to state ISF cognitive, taking consideration 714734 and 714735. Once you're released from state ISF, you need to immediately contact your probation officer. Do you understand?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, we can go off the record from here on out. Everything that you do, you need to ask yourself 2 questions. 1, is this something that could potentially result in me going to prison for 20 years? If the answer is yes, don't do it. If the answer is maybe, don't do it. You understand?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, good luck to you. Always good seeing you, Mr. Powers.
Thank you, Judge.
Wow. This is going to be a fun court case this afternoon with the judge. It's been a spicy morning.
No, my birthday is November 2nd, so you didn't miss it.
Always remember that stuff better than I do.
All right. Are the attorneys here for Luis Cordero, Michael Herrera?
I'm trying to see if we have another flower display that doesn't include the lilies.
So we're waiting for that attorney. Eric Gonzalez Lopez. All right. Do we have the interpreter?
It's not spring interpreter.
All right. Could you call down the interpreter, please?
The lilies have been convicted of a potential crime, so we're seeing if there's another option that's just as beautiful in a purple vase.
I didn't realize too. I was recently appointed, so.
Yes. No, he needs an interpreter. So
every time I need to ask for an interpreter.
Mhm.
Okay, now I know.
I know she's got lilies on her desk right now. I think she's okay because of that. That would be a good indication.
Okay. All right, counsel. Do you speak Spanish?
Do I speak Spanish?
Yes.
Okay.
All right, bring your client up. The interpreters are all out.
I needed one.
No, I always make the announcement.
Okay,
all right. So he's already had an immigration attorney appointed to him, and that was Teresa Cozdobla. So he should have already received a report because she was appointed in February.
I was recently appointed to the case after Raymond and Victoria got off the case.
No, but I'm saying, He has immigration issues.
I'm perfectly capable of dealing with his immigration issues,
right.
but I will get with whoever they.
Well, my understanding, she's already done a report. I'm just giving you an update.
Oh, okay. I got you.
So that was done in February. This case has been lingering since January. So, and I know you were recently appointed, so I'm going to give you a chance to get caught up on discovery if you need a chance for that.
Please. And I did confer with the state. There is evidently a massive amount of discovery that I'm going to try to get from Raymond because they gave him a hard drive, or I guess one of those terabyte hard drives that he got everything on. So I'll get with him, see if he'll go ahead and just give that to me, and I'll trade him a blank one for it. I know that they are also transcribing interviews. So that's something that the prosecutor let me know that they are still working on, that has not been completed yet. But I'm just going to get caught up, Judge. I will let the court know that I have a quote unquote vacation coming up because I'm going to be in Comal County in a capital murder case for a couple of weeks.
Okay.
Vacation.
All right. When is that?
That October. It's going to begin October 6th and it may run into the second week. They do things very differently from here. So their trial is every day, all day. So.
Okay. All right, Ms. Ferguson, on Eric Gonzalez Lopez, recall this for 60 days.
And Judge, I did inform defense if they were unable to get the discovery through prior defense counsel that we can make arrangements for them to drop off.
Yeah.
All right, so that needs to be done before next week is concluded.
I'll either get it from Raymond or I'll drop off a hard drive of my own.
All right, what date? All right, November 13th.
Thank you, Judge.
You're welcome. And if you'll let your client know, please.
Okay.
Yes. Are we ready on Luis Cordero?
Yes, we are, Judge.
And he's only pleading to one case, correct?
Yes.
All right, where's Mr. Cordero? Court is calling 2022 CR 6145, State of Texas versus Luis Francisco Cordero. Can I have parties announced for the record for the state?
Daniel Escobar from the state of Texas.
Defense?
Robert Gahn for the defendant.
Are you Mr. Cordero? Counsel, have you received all the discovery? Did you review it with your client?
I have, Your Honor.
Court will find that the state is in compliance with discovery. Are there any applications in this case?
No, Your Honor.
All right. Mr. Cordero, I'm showing you what's entitled True Bill of Indictment. Did you review that with your attorney? Did you understand it?
Yes.
Do you understand it, Mr.
Yes.
Cordero? Counsel, do you waive the reading of the indictment?
We do, Your Honor.
State, are you proceeding on the indictment as presented?
We are, Your Honor.
Mr. Cordero, I'm showing you what's entitled Court Admonishments. Did you review that with your attorney? Did you understand it? Did you sign it in all the appropriate places?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you understand you're charged with the offense of fraudulent use or possession of identifying information, 5 items or less, as a state jail felony? The range of punishment, 180 days up to 2 years in the state jail facility, and up to a $10,000 fine. Did you understand?
Your Honor, it was supposed to be on the burglary of the building. Unless the paperwork-
I have the wrong paperwork.
Is the paperwork-
Cordero, Louis Francisco. I
Right.
received a 6145 given.
All righty. Let me see. Yeah, this says 6145 on here. So if y'all want to change that number and you're proceeding on 2020 CR 3591?
That's correct, Judge.
Okay. That's no problem. It happens. Can I have a file stamp, please? Oh, no. I just need a file stamp. Yeah, we're good. Thank you.
I just would like to get in.
No problem. It happens.
I just guarantee you, I probably just heard the first one.
Okay. All right. So did you understand you're charged with the offense of burglary of a building? That's a state jail felony. The range of punishment is anywhere from 180 days up to 2 years in the state jail facility and up to a $10,000 fine. Did you understand?
Yes, ma'am.
If you have a plea bargain agreement with the state, the court does not have to follow your plea. If for any reason the court doesn't follow your plea and gives you more than you bargained for, the fact that you entered a plea will not be used against you, and you will be allowed to withdraw your plea. Did you understand?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you understand you have a right to jury trial, a right for you or your attorney to cross-examine and confront any witnesses the state will call, and the right to remain silent?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you understand by entering this plea bargain agreement, you were giving up those rights?
Yes, ma'am.
And did you intend to give up those rights and enter into a plea in this case?
Yes, ma'am.
Counsel, has your client been able to provide you with any defenses?
Yes, Your Honor.
Do you believe he has a rational as well as a factual understanding of the charges against him?
Yes, he does.
Do you believe he's currently competent and was legally sane at the time of the offense?
Yes, I do.
Mr. Cordero, has anyone threatened you, coerced you, or placed you in fear to get you to enter this plea?
No, ma'am.
Has anyone promised you anything other than the plea?
No, ma'am.
Are you satisfied with the way you've been represented?
Yes, ma'am.
Are you a U.S. citizen?
Yes, ma'am.
Court will find that defendant has knowingly and voluntarily waived and consented to. The court will find that defendant has knowingly and voluntarily waived and consented to stipulations. No, just 1 second. I'm reviewing the paperwork and there's an issue with the paperwork. Everyone, just give me a moment, please.
Sure.
She'll catch the mistakes.
Okay, we are back. Court will find that defendant has knowingly and voluntarily waived his right to jury trial. Showing you the plea bargain page. Did you review that page with your attorney? Did you understand it?
Yes, ma'am.
According to the plea, punishment is to be assessed at 12 months in the state jail facility. There are no applications. State will take into consideration 2022 CR 6145. Did you understand that to be the plea?
Yes, ma'am.
Defense, is that the plea?
It is, Your Honor.
State, is that the plea?
Yes, Judge.
Did you review the paragraph entitled waiver of appeal paragraph with your attorney? Did you understand it and did you sign it?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you understand by signing that you're waiving your right to appeal? The only items that can be appealed are written pretrial motions that have been filed, heard, and ruled upon by the court. Did you understand?
Yes, ma'am.
Counsel, have there been any such motions?
No motions, Judge.
Then to the offense that's charged in the indictment of burglary of a building, how do you plead? Guilty?
No
Not
contest.
guilty, or no contest?
No content.
State, any evidence?
Did you say no content?
To the one no offense.
They have been reviewed by counsel, Judge. No objection.
Mr. Cordero, I'm showing you what's entitled waiver and consent to stipulation of testimony and stipulations. Did you review that document with your attorney? Did you understand it and did you sign it in all the appropriate places?
Yes, ma'am.
Again, did you understand you have a right to jury trial, a right for you or your attorney to cross-examine and confront any witnesses the state will call, and the right to remain silent?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you understand that today the state will be presenting evidence in the form of witnesses' statements and police reports, but most importantly, there will be no live testimony? Did you understand?
Yes, ma'am.
Court will find that defendant has knowingly and voluntarily waived and consented to stipulation of testimony and stipulations. Court will accept into evidence states exhibits 1 and attachments. The court has reviewed the same. The court will find there is sufficient evidence to find you guilty, and the court will find you. Are you proceeding with sentencing?
Yes, Your Honor.
Anything you wish to say on behalf of your client?
Judge, we just ask that you follow the plea bargain agreement and assess credit for all time served.
All right. Then the court will follow your agreement. The court will sentence you to 12 months in the state jail facility, give you credit for any time served, take in consideration 2022 CR 6145. Going to show you what's entitled trial court certification of defendant's rights to appeal. Did you review that document with your attorney? Did you understand it and did you sign it?
Yes, ma'am.
Because this is a plea bargain agreement, because I followed your plea bargain agreement, and because you waive your right to appeal, you do not have the court's permission to appeal. And because this is a felony conviction, you're not allowed to own or possess any weapons or ammunition. If you have a question over what a weapon or ammunition is, you'll need to speak to an attorney. Do you understand?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, good luck to you. Do not steal anymore. You understand?
Yes, ma'am.
All
Don't
right.
steal
Okay.
anymore.
Thank you, Judge.
You're welcome.
Don't steal anymore.
Jesus Garza.
Present, Judge,
And where's Mr. Garza?
in federal custody.
All right, what is the status or update?
I think Jason's looking at it.
Your Honor, she just came, it's just.
Switch sides.
Just came to me and asked me.
Switch sides.
And I was gonna offer out, but I can check real quick.
Oh, sure. $12 months. You're welcome. And let me know whenever okay, I'll take that up after I finish with this. State jail. All right, everyone, the court is recessing at noon. We have a jury trial scheduled at 1:30.
Uh-huh. We're going to be here for that one. Okay. Make sure I get the judge's
Yes,
number.
I'm gonna have to
correct
take,
in here.
yours is off docket, so I'm gonna have to take it last.
Oh, that's okay. I can wait as long as you need, Judge.
All right, thank you. I
I'll be
appreciate.
really quick.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, here's my headphone.
Deron Crawford. And we're not on the record. Hello, Mr. Crawford. How are you doing?
Good, and you?
Oh, I'm doing great. It's always a busy day. So I'm trying to see what the issue is.
Expedited morning service for an additional $4.99. Do we need to get it to him first thing in the morning?
Just 1 second. Let me.
Or just guaranteed
here it
before
is.
12?
Yes, thank you.
Yes, guaranteed before 12. Morning is best.
All right, so this is to make a decision on your supervision because they're not able to do the field visits the way I want them done because you will be in Atascosa, correct? All right. So probation, do you have any issues with him being in Atascosa?
No, Your Honor, he's provided adequate proof. And I believe he's been doing everything that he needs to do on probation.
All right. So with regards to the address in Atascosa, is that where you're going to be living with your grandparents? All right, don't go there causing problems, you understand?
Yes, ma'am. Yeah, I'm doing everything. I'm changing my life around. I got baptized recently.
Oh, I'm so excited for you.
My certificate. I joined the church. My grandpa, he's a deacon. He's the pastor. I can talk to him every time. So
Okay, that is awesome. Well, keep up with the good work, okay? All right, so probation, I'll allow him to move to Atascosa.
I don't think his shirt says heroin.
All right, is there anything else you
It
need?
says heroes or something.
Remember, in this court, when you're on probation, communication is key. So if there are ever any issues or something you want to talk out, maybe you can't talk out with your grandfather, you can always contact probation. If you feel it's not being addressed, you can come to the court, okay?
Okay.
All right.
I would like to request a TAC evaluation.
All right. And we're gonna do a TAP evaluation and I'll allow the transfer. Is there anything else, probation? All right, is there anything else you need from me? All right, thank you. All right, thanks. That's okay. Norma. Norma, we proceeded without them.
No, I think we have the out. We have Mr. Hernandez sign in. We have several of them that are here.
All right, they didn't give me their files.
I think I recently.
All right, if you'll give me their files, yes.
Jesse Garza.
Aunt Betsy, welcome. Good to have you here as a member.
All right.
I think I put Furlong.
This is Judge Stephanie Boyd in Bayer County, Texas.
He has
BEXAR.
3 cases.
Bayer County, Texas,
Okay.
San Antonio.
They're not up here, Norma. Okay, so what?
Well, not much of an update, Judge. Sorry about that. But the last email I'd sent out and got a response for was back in July, unfortunately. But it said that he was still in federal custody in Webb County and he was being held there. But the thing that it listed on there is that there is no active warrant on him. And I don't understand what that meant. I don't know if you need to make a bench warrant for him or not, because they picked him up from our custody and took him down there.
Okay.
But no other update other than that at this current time. So, I mean, they did I did send another email off to our clerk to look into it further.
All right, so this is what we'll do. I'm going to give you all a reset before we bench warrant him, because feds don't like for you to bench warrant them and then just, oh, nothing happened. We're not doing anything, so we'll bring them back. So I'm going to give you guys a 60-day reset. And if you all are ready to proceed, that means proceed with trial or whatever, then let us know and we'll have him bench warranted for that.
Okay, Judge.
All right, Ms. Ferguson, I need a 60-day reset on Jesus Garza.
All right, Judge.
Thank you, Judge.
Yeah.
13th,
When?
November 13th.
November 13th?
Yeah.
Thank you, ma'am.
Judge, and I think you have one of the files.
All right, the other file I have, that person doesn't need an interpreter.
Anecdotal
only
evidence
files I
does
have
not
are
hold up
Tiro,
in Judge Boyd's courtroom. So anecdotal evidence shall
Villanueva,
not deter us from getting
Johnson,
those
Herrera,
lilies.
and Kritzman.
I didn't hear what that said. Right. The lilies, obviously, I wouldn't send peanuts to somebody who I knew had a peanut allergy, but lilies are legal. Peanuts are legal. Barring any indication that we know that there's a problem, and we have evidence that there's not, because she has lilies on her desk right now. I think we're okay with sending these. I'm not trying to be dismissive. I wasn't aware that lilies were an issue, and I do think it's sort of funny that we're fighting about sending somebody flowers. We can do better than that, guys.
All right. Interpreter for Fraulein Guzman Velasquez. Do we have the interpreter here? Oh, hi.
Hi.
No. I need my glasses for distance, not for reading. And so I didn't see you, but we won't tell anybody my vision is that bad.
Mom of three, thank you very much. Appreciate your continued support of the program.
Are you calling for Eli to call this?
Yes.
Oh, so, well, stand on the phone. Oh, watch out.
There could be something about everything we try to send someone that would be offensive or possibly a problem for someone else. If we send somebody an edible display that might be diabetic, if we send somebody,
All right.
a
So
nut and
with this
fruit
case,
tray,
we have
they could
immigration
have allergies there.
consequences. Has he
We've
spoken
done
to
our
an
best
immigration
here.
attorney?
They'll call the court and inform that I've got the instructions to call the court and
All
let them know
right.
about the
So
delivery.
I'm going to give
If
you
there's
all a
problem,
plea
they can stop
deadline
it.
date. Is this the same case where
we'll
you
go
all are
ahead.
waiting for transcription?
Yes, Judge.
All right, this is going to be the last date for that. And this is also going to be your plea deadline date. And I'm giving you until November 13th. And after that, you're going to jury trial, or either you all are entering a plea.
Thank you, Judge.
Thank you. Is there did he need anything else or no?
No.
All right, could I see Lazaro Estrada Perez?
Judge.
And Norma, that was set for the November 13th? Yes.
Back to bring him in.
Okay.
Judge, on this case, defense did provide a hard drive yesterday for us to transfer over to discovery.
And it was my fault for being late on that, Judge. The other thing is I was also emailed by Miss May that I believe she's done the interview, but she has not gotten the report finished on immigration. And we're discussing a possible plea offer.
All right. Oh, we have one more. All right, so they'll bring Mr. Estrada out. Lazaro Estrada Perez.
Delivery is going to be 10-2. Delivery is 10-2.
Yes.
I have to just fix something on the address. 1 second. There we go.
All right. So with regards to immigration, has he spoken to an immigration attorney?
No.
All right, Norma. He needs to have an immigration speak to him. And everyone, I'm giving you the date of November 13th.
And Judge, we'll get that discovery defense by today.
All right, and that will be the final date for anyone to enter any type of plea bargain agreements.
Yes, Judge. Thank you very much.
The public defender's office was appointed to them for the immigration. So I'll follow to Sarah.
All right, so you need to make sure that's done. Is there anything else?
No, Judge. It will be excused.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you, Judge.
Thank you. The next person who needs an interpreter is Fernando Espinoza Rodes.
I'll just stay up here, Judge.
Thank you.
Guys, like I'll just hang out, Judge. Apparently, I'm going to be here all day. We had a lot of interpreters the other day as well.
Hey, it's just yeah. All right, who's the attorney on Fernando Espinoza Rodes? All right, this is being reset, Ms. Ferguson, and it's going to be given the 11/13 date. And that's the last day that the court will consider any plea bargain agreements. Is he in the box? Rafael Leal. Fernando Espinoza Rodes, come up, please.
All right.
All right. Mr. Espinoza Rodes, have you spoken to an immigration attorney?
Yes.
All right. I'm going to recall this for November 13th. That is the absolute last day that the court will consider any plea bargain agreements. Does everyone understand?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. Is there anything else from either side?
Nothing from the state, Judge.
Nothing from the defense, Judge.
All right. Thank you. And then we have Juan Carlos Soto Victorino. Is Jennifer Zorka here?
That or Ronald Tenari.
All right, is he in the box? Deputy Laura, if you will let Juan Carlos Soto Victorino.
¿Es usted?
All right, if you can come forward, please.
Pase adelante, señor.
Hello. So, Mr. Soto Victorino, I'm not going to ask you anything about what is deemed to be the facts of the case because your attorney is not here. So have you spoken to an immigration attorney?
No.
No.
All right, Ms. Ferguson, if you can make sure that immigration sees him. All right.
And I'll follow up with her, just let her know that they're saying we haven't met before.
All right.
I know they've met.
So we are going to come back on November 13th. On November 13th, you will need to let the court know whether or not you're accepting the offer that has been extended by the state. Do you understand?
Okay.
All right. And after that date, the court will not accept any plea bargain agreements without good cause. Otherwise, you have to plea open to the court. Do you understand?
Okay.
All right. Now, do you understand?
See.
Yes.
All right. Thank you. Chris Bond. Sure.
So
no problem.
There have been several comments about why is the court spending money on
Michael
people
Herrera?
who are not here of illegal status.
Yes. Thank you so much.
When you visit a country, you're subject to their laws. And just because you're not
Arturo
a citizen there
Villanueva.
does not mean that they just kick you out if you commit a crime. You
All
still
right.
have to face the justice system in their system. And that's what we do as well. So it's
Yes.
part of the justice system where we don't just believe
All right,
that,
where are we
that
on this
citizens
case?
have rights in court, but all people,
Wait,
they're
why are two
human
people here?
rights.
Who is Arturo Villanueva? Who's the person who has the criminal case in the courtroom? All right, who are you, sir?
Could you call me up already or not?
Oh, no, what's your name?
Michael.
Oh, your attorney's not here. I'm sorry about that. Thank you. I was like, wow,
Who's the
have two.
defendant?
All right, so where are we on this case?
Judge, we have been trying to locate the file, but since we can't locate it, we're in the process of just making an offer right now.
All right, and what I'll do, since you're going to make an offer today,
They can't
I'm
look at
gonna
the file, so they're
reset
making
this
an
for a
offer.
plea deadline date.
Okay, Judge.
And Ms. Ferguson, can you set this for the second week in October as a plea deadline date? All right, October 12th will be your plea deadline date. At that time, you need to let the court know whether you're accepting the state's offer or not. After that date, the court will not consider any plea bargain agreements without good cause. Otherwise, you have to plea open to the court. Do you understand?
Yes, Your Honor. Yes.
All right. So once you sign the reset form, you excuse and counsel if you remain so you can get an offer from the state, or either you can confer off docket because I know you have the matter in civil.
Thank you, Your Honor.
You're welcome.
Hey, Michelle, this has been answered a bunch of times. I'd have to go back
And
and
everyone, the court is recessing
triple
at
assessment
12.
protocol.
So if your matter is not taken care of, it is going to be reset.
Okay, so now she's getting ready to take a break, getting ready for the jury trial that we came for.
Jose Ramirez. Hello. And Mr. Ramirez, if you come forward. All right. Are you all ready to proceed on the MTR?
We are, Your Honor.
Court is calling 2021 CR 10657, State of Texas versus Jose Alonzo Ramirez. Can I have parties announced for the record for the state?
Hank Wilkins for the state, Your Honor.
Defense?
Craig Maurer for Mr. Ramirez.
All right. Do you have any objection to this attorney standing in for Robert Maurer? Do you have any objections to that? Are you okay with this attorney?
Sir, yes, ma'am.
Are you okay with this attorney standing in for Robert Maurer? All right.
Yes,
State,
I have
do you have any
objections.
objections to this attorney standing in?
No objection, Your Honor.
All right. And are you Jose Alonzo Ramirez?
Ma'am.
Going to show you what's entitled motion to revoke community supervision. Did you review that with your attorney? Did you understand it?
Yes, ma'am.
Are you the same Jose Alonzo Ramirez who was placed on community supervision in 2021 CR 10657 for the offense of terroristic threat of a peace officer on January 26, 2022 for a term of 2 years. Is that you?
Yes, ma'am.
State?
Violated condition number 4 in Bexar County, Texas, the defendant Jose Alonso Ramirez did then and there fail to report to the supervision officer as directed for the months of September, October, and November of 2022 in violation of condition number 4.
How do you plead to that? True or not true?
Oh, good.
I'm sorry?
True.
State?
Your Honor, we waive the other violations alleged in the motion.
Any objections to the waivers?
No objection, Your Honor.
All right, did you understand by pleading true to violation of condition number 2, court could find it true, grant the motion, sentence you to 2 years in the state jail facility and up to a $1,500 fine. Did you understand?
Yes.
Knowing that, do you still wish to plead true to violation of condition number 4?
Yes.
Court will find violation of condition number 4 true. Is there an agreement?
There is, Your Honor. We're asking that you deny the motion, extend the defendant's probation for 2 years, alter and amend the conditions for a TAP evaluation while in custody, for intensive outpatient treatment, with biweekly drug tests for 90 days and random thereafter. We're asking the defendant to take the BIPP course and verify his residency and employment every 90 days. Judge.
What has he done on probation other than not reporting? Probation? Has he done anything since he's been on probation?
He's made a payment toward his fees of $100. He did complete the drug court evaluation. He did not qualify. Other than that, Your Honor, no other terms of probation have been satisfied.
I'm not inclined to follow your agreement because you haven't done anything. You haven't reported. Why have you not reported? You want to raise your right hand?
Oh.
You solemnly swear affirm the testimony you give will be the truth, that nothing but the truth so help you God?
Yes, ma'am.
You can lower your hand, state your name for the record.
Yes.
State your name for the record.
Alonso Ramirez.
All right, why have you not reported?
I was talking with Zoom, my PO. He never told me nothing about. I was reporting with a Zoom. That's it. I was keep calling them many times when I was working out of town, and I was then when I went to report, I said,
No, they're saying you have not reported.
I was talking to boss, that's my probation officer.
All right, I'm telling you both, I'm not inclined to follow this agreement. He has not reported. To me, that's the easiest thing. So if you would like, the most I can sentence you to is 2 years in the state jail facility. I'll sentence you to 1 year.
1 year.
Mm-hmm. Would you prefer that?
Yes.
All right, if you'll grab the trial court certification form, please.
He's glaring at his attorney. Look at the look he gave his attorney. Oh my goodness.
All right, the court is going to revoke, sentence you to 1 year in the state jail facility, give you credit for any time served. If you would like the therapeutic community, I can request that for you. It doesn't increase the length of time that you've been on, that you would serve. So for example, since I'm sentencing you to 1 year in the state jail facility, if you're in the program for therapeutic community, if you haven't completed their program, they're not going to say, oh, he's due to get out. But since he hasn't completed the program, we're going to continue him. It's completely up to you. So would you like for me to have you referred to the therapeutic community or no?
Yes.
All right. So I'm going to request the therapeutic community. Even though I'm requesting it, you're going to have to request it as well because I don't have the jurisdiction to force them to place you in the program. You understand?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. If you'll have him sign that, and that way I can put that on the record. Hank, if you want to help him with that so he can sign that.
Yes, ma'am.
So that we can complete the hearing. Just one moment. He just zoomed in. All right, let me just finish this hearing, then I'll call Chrisman up.
Yeah.
A therapeutic community. This is going to be like a support group to help him through the issues he's dealing with, whether it be chemical or addiction. Epic exposure. You got your hoodie. That's awesome. Love it. Can't wait for a picture. Reporting is the most basic act an offender can do. You don't do that, they figure you won't do anything. Yeah, this is like the bare minimum, right? Picking up the phone call and making a call. What's your excuse for not just calling your PO?
And Diana, we're still on the record in this case. Okay. All right, and if you'll have him come back up.
Someone was asking the question about, have you consulted an immigration attorney? People who are here in the U.S. Under various different statuses as far as legal residency.
All right, I'm showing you what's entitled Trial Court Certification of Defendant's Rights to Appeal. Did you have a chance to review that with your attorney?
She's going to.
Did you understand it?
This is a formality. I'm going to turn her voice down for just a minute. When someone is involved in the legal system, even if they're here legally, they're on a work visa, they're whatever it is. Being involved in a criminal system affects that process. It affects the standing. So when they say, have you talked to an immigration attorney? That's basically to say, do you know the outcome, the thing you're pleading to here could impact your immigration status, which they maybe have worked on for 20 years to do legally.
Take Kristen.
It doesn't necessarily mean that somebody has, entered a country without permission, crossed a border illegally or something like that. It doesn't mean that. By default.
All right, where are we on this case?
Got an offer was tendered to counsel, and discovery is complete at this point.
Judge, the defendant is from New York. He's got family here in the courtroom. They're here for support, but it's also difficult to get here from New York. They do want to see if a bond reduction can be had. We had probably previously asked for a bond reduction, but for whatever reason, through the fault of this court.
Ms. Ferguson, because I see one was scheduled on July 13th, and it was scheduled with Judge Nahara. Will you put it on the docket for Judge Nahara to hear a bond reduction? And his family is here from New York, so see if he is able to see it today or hear it today.
I appreciate it.
Right.
I think Judge Nahara does whatever Judge Boyd tells him to do.
And then if I could have a 1 month reset as a plea deadline date, please. All right, October 19th would be his plea deadline date, and we'll make sure that he's heard today by Judge Nahara.
Thank you, Judge. I really appreciate it.
All right. Yes.
Okay, she's clearing her docket right now. That's what she's doing. It's 1 o'clock. She's going to take a break.
Yeah, we will. If you'll make sure that they give me your file, and I'll take it up. What is the name?
It's like and I have a guy in custody who's getting out today. I want to make sure everybody got that.
She's clearing the box. Yep.
All right, I'll take that up. Just let me do this Chrisman with the Veterans Treatment Court, which shouldn't take long, and I'll take that up.
Okay, thank you.
All right, court is calling Sean Chrisman. Where are you?
Come on up, Sean.
All right, come up.
You're the next contestant. It's actually just noon.
Hi,
it's 12
so
in Texas.
where are we on this case?
I'm asking.
Oh, no,
Not you.
Veterans Treatment Court is right behind you. Great.
So fortunately, I do want to apologize, Your Honor. We are still trying to catch up, but with Mr. Chrisman, we did find out some new information. There's two things that we can do today. The first one is we do have our docket today, so I have the details here right now to where I'll talk with Ms. Abrams about possibly taking him down to where the VJOs are, getting the scheduled date, the assessment next week. But then I found out some information that he may be wanting to move to California.
Just for medical reasons, insurance cover the venue to be off 24/7 oxygen.
Okay.
Plus all my family's down there. I have no family here, so my whole support network is down there. My father, my uncles, my cousin. I would go to them right off the bat to the maternal grandmother, which is where my son's at right now. I sent him there in December of last year. Then I have a job lined up down there as well. And a lease I can sign. I just didn't sign the lease because I would like to get permission for signing $26,000 lease.
All right, so then we'll hold off then maybe on the.
Which is
I got
where
mine
I
via
would go over that
USPS,
route, Your Honor.
but it depends how the
One
shipper
thing
sends
is,
it.
if I heard, so where you told me is where you're planning on going.
Yeah.
So are you gonna live with your grandma?
Yeah.
Where's your grandma live?
Torrance, Torrance Beach.
Okay, so that's still LA, Orange Beach?
It's right where Orange County starts, off the beach city, like
There
down
is
the
a
beach.
veterans court down there, Your Honor, to where we have actually transferred people before. It's a little different to where what they're gonna ask of us is we can do our mental health medical screening, the same thing with the VJ. What we would do then is then present that information to that court and let them know, like, this is, if he was gonna stay here with us, this is what we see, how we would XYZ. And then we can possibly, if ICOTS allow, because then we'd have to work with probation. There's still a method we can still execute what you're looking for.
So let me ask you, how long would that take? And when are you anticipating or wanting to be transferred to California?
As soon as possible, but I mean, of course, whatever I need to get done here takes president and priority first. And then once I'm released, I go there. But I can go there anytime.
All right. Well, I would like, and I think it would be better for you if this is the route that everybody thinks is most appropriate. I would like to have some sort of setup for you in California and not just leave here and.
Yeah, I would like to make sure that everything that you need and is required here is taken care of over there, that's moved over there first.
Okay.
That way I can just go there and make sure I'm doing what I'm supposed to be doing.
Oh, yeah, that needs to be taken care of. So
yeah,
what we're going to do then, we'll reset this. And
we could be ready for what we need, Your Honor, because I can get the appointments on the books that he is aware of for next week today.
Okay.
That will take, I can get a day turnaround for that information that I need. In regards to ICOTS probation on their side, I'm unsure of how long that timeline will be.
when do you want us to call this back to just let us know?
Who's the ICOTS officer now? Over at probation, do you know? Who's running the ICOTS stuff?
I like the tone in veterans courts.
Let's do this. Let's recall this for 30 days.
Okay.
If you have something sooner than 30 days, then we can always bring it in.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay?
So 30 days is tentatively.
Yes.
Okay. Well, 30 days to move back here.
To back here to the court.
Then what do we do? We're
going to find out what the game plan is. So then the judge is either going to allow or not allow you to move to California.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Anything else? I saw your report.
We can't do anything.
I mean, we'll just have to see if they're going to accept it.
That's what you and I are going to handle something.
Ms. Ferguson, can I have a 30-day reset on Crispin?
Anytime now.
All right, and Mr. Crispin, here's the issue. The issue is you come before me and you're testing positive.
I only tested positive one time.
Well, I mean, that's one time too many.
That was the first.
So
time
that is.
I've been clean and good.
That is why I cannot send you out to California if I choose to do that without things set up in place. So that's why it's taking longer. Okay.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
Ruiz. Yes. All right, so somebody's asking for a continuance, is that correct?
Defense judge, yes.
Your Honor.
All right, court is calling 2022 CR 4248A, State of Texas versus Jose Ruiz. And does anybody have the motion for continuance?
This is, Your Honor, this is the one with the, with the affidavit signed. When I scanned it for the email, I couldn't, my scanner was broken.
That's okay. So
But
can I
that
have
actually
parties?
has the affidavit.
All right, can I have parties announced for the record for the state?
Marissa Giovanco for the state.
Defense?
Teresa Connolly. Mr. Ruiz.
All right, defense has filed a motion for continuance for a trial date that is set October 3rd.
Yes.
State, are you ready to proceed on the motion for continuance?
We are, Judge.
All right, let me read this for one moment, please.
The jury trial is about this right here. It's pinned up at the top. This is what we're waiting for. It's going to be Texas v. Melvin Owens, assault with a deadly weapon in front of Judge Boyd. It's going to be after her. I think she's going to take a brief lunch break, which we'll probably take too as well. And then we'll come back with the trial in the afternoon here.
All right, so there are some matters in the motion for continuance that the court's recollection is completely different. For example, when anybody requests that an attorney be appointed to sit with them, I allow it. So there's your motion that you said that since Lorraine Ephraim was well acquainted with this case and willing to be of assistance, Teresa Conley requested that the court reappoint her. The court denied that request. Lorraine Ephraim was later reappointed through the MAC. As all parties know, they have stated that judges necessarily do not just look around the courtroom like we used to before and say, hey, can you get on this case and help out? It has to go through the managed assigned counsel.
Didn't Schroeder do
So
that?
whenever, and I think Ms. Efron is aware that whenever someone requests a second, I always give them, unless there's some strange reason why they have not, where I feel they don't need a second, but it's felony court. So I'm always, I don't want to say always, because there may be exceptions, but no exception has ever appeared before the court since I was on the bench, where I wouldn't allow somebody to have a second attorney. So with regards to that in the motion for continuance, the court is not in agreement with that statement. But you are asking for a continuance, but because you're saying that you need more time?
Well, and I think one of the issues with regard to that, raising that point, is that there's just so much disruption and this continuity in representation. So even though I was initially appointed, then I was replaced by a retained attorney, and then back on, we lost so much time there, and our defense team lost time there. So it's we're trying to get it back to where we could have been if we'd stayed on from the beginning.
This, Your Honor, this packet right here is the original discovery. It's an inch thick, taken down from the discovery that we get from the state. In addition to that, there are 2 terabytes. I just gave Lorraine the 2nd terabyte that I picked up earlier in the week. In addition to that, every single day we're getting new things, audio calls. This is incredible, the amount.
Audio calls from where?
From the jail.
All right, so
letters in the jail, changes with the autopsy.
All right, with regards to calls from the Bexar County Jail, the state, if they are monitoring calls, then they give those to you as soon as they get them. I'm not going to allow for a continuance, just so everybody knows, based upon jail calls that your client is making.
No, I'm not asking for that. I didn't even mention jail calls in there. I'm just telling you in terms of what's going on that when I did this motion, I hadn't received anything from the state at all. Your Honor, as I recall, we're here for 3 weeks, and Judge Harrell did an interim discovery approval with the autopsy, and medical examiner, state agreed, Mrs. Mitchell at that point. I'm having some difficulties with the medical examiner. The original person is in Corpus Christi. So, and then the state had an interview with, her first name is Kimberly, I don't remember the last name of it. Molina, thank you. Dr. Molina, and she has an interview that the state has also provided me with this week, but fast changes.
All right, so I bring up the audio calls because you mentioned that you were continuing to receive audio calls from the state. And then you informed me that those were jail calls. That's why I brought that up. So everybody knows jail calls that your client is making, I'm not going to grant, and I know that's not in the motion, but I want everybody to be aware. I'm not going to grant a motion for continuance based on the fact that maybe the state is recently getting jail calls that your client has made. So are you going to object to this motion for continuance?
Judge, we're not in agreement to the motion. I don't know that we are formally objecting to the motion. There's a lot in the motion, and we understand that there is a lot of discovery in the case. I would object to a 9-month continuance. Absolutely. I think that is what defense is asking for. And I think that is.
No, there would not be a 9-month continuance.
We would object to that for sure. We are ready for trial as is, Judge. And I disagree with defense's statement that prior to the motion, she did not receive any discovery. A external hard drive was given to Ms. Ephron. We've been turning over discovery nonstop. And the recent stuff has been jail calls and mail that we are in constant collection of. I also will say there was a statement by defense counsel about changes to the autopsy. There were no changes to the autopsy. We did interview a different medical examiner who may have had slight differences of opinions, and we turned over our notes, which arguably are work product, but we did turn those over. In an abundance of caution, we've turned over all of our notes from our meetings. And so there's not really changes to the autopsy, but a different person is going to testify for the state as far as a medical examiner, because defense is correct. The original medical examiner no longer works for the Bexar County Medical Examiner's Office.
All right. So with regards to
just with regard to the voluminous discovery, I mean, some of the CPS records that the state has turned over amounts to over 13,000 pages. Yeah.
Time out.
All right. So with regards to CPS
Judge's
records,
turn.
Court has done a lot of CPS cases. A lot of those are duplicates. I'm bringing this case back on October 23rd. And on that day, everybody needs to have their discovery. This case will be tried before the new year. All right? And I will orally grant your motion for continuance, but I'm not going to sign your motion for continuance because there are things in there that the court is not in agreement with. So orally, I will grant your motion for continuance. We're coming back
putting her name on that.
October, did I say October 23rd?
23rd, Judge. If I may, as I am in multi-roles, if I can just check my calendar real quick.
And that would not be a day you would expect witnesses here.
No, October 23rd is just for everybody to have all their discovery. And when we come back on October 23rd, this is going to get a jury trial date, and it's going to be before the new year.
Okay. Okay, that's not a jury trial date then.
No.
Okay, I misunderstood. Okay, thank you, Judge.
All right.
Thank you, Judge.
Thank you.
May we be excused?
Yes.
She wanted a 9-month delay.
October 23rd.
We can see we've got a couple TV cameras set up in the back of the court, which means that the trial that's coming up is probably going to be a high-profile one locally. I think we're still in timeout. She didn't say time in yet, so we all just have to sit here and wait.
More stuff than I do.
Yeah. Oh. Oh, yeah.
Nope, the cameras were there for that. They're there for that trial. Because now they're done, and out they go.
Oh, yeah.
So that's got to be the high-profile case that's coming up. It sounds like a murder trial because it's got autopsies.
We're going in order of the files that I have.
I just want to know if I want at 1:30. That's all I
Yeah,
need to know.
we're going in the order of the files I have. Jose Gonzalez. All right, who's your attorney? All right. Ms. Ferguson, on Jose Gonzalez State, have you tendered all of the discovery in an offer?
That was my understanding, Your Honor. I believe
It's time to tender an offer and that way implies the tender is sent out.
All right. So Ms. Ferguson, on this case, recall it for next week for a plea deadline date.
Mr. Simberg showed up at 11:55.
I'm sorry?
He showed up at 11:55.
Yes.
Is that for next week? right?
Yes. All right, we'll bring you back on September 28th. So Jose Gonzalez can go back.
Sorry, may I ask a question?
Mhm.
Do you have the motion in front of you that I have turned in? We're just confused about what you have.
No, I do not. I'm sorry. All right, I'll look. Just give me a moment.
I don't know if she wants to be governor. I think she loves what she does. I could see her in a higher role in the judicial system, though.
Laura Gallegos, why do I have this file?
Why do I have this file?
Second, Judge.
All right, that's going to come back next week on the 28th.
What date?
28.
Thank you, Judge.
You're welcome.
Good. I'll take care of it. Thank you, Judge.
You're welcome. Jose Gomez.
We're going to need a
Are you all
reminder
ready
to check
proceed on the motion to revoke?
Judge's Court for flowers.
Court is
when they're
calling
ready.
2017 CR 3566, State of Texas versus Jose Edward Gomez. Can I have parties announced for the record for the state?
Jason Garahan, Your Honor.
Defense?
Lindsay Shaw for Mr. Gomez.
Are you Jose Edward Gomez?
Yes, Your Honor.
Showing you what's entitled motion to enter adjudication of guilt and revoke community supervision and First Amendment motion to enter adjudication of guilt and revoke community supervision. Did you review that with your attorney? Did you understand it?
Yes, Your Honor.
Are you the same Jose Edward Gomez who was placed on deferred adjudication in 2017 CR 3566 for the offense of manslaughter on February 1st, 2018 for a period of 8 years? Is that you?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, state.
Thank you, Your Honor. Violated condition number 5, in Bear County, Texas, the defendant, Jose Edward Gomez, did then and there fail to report to the supervision officer as directed for the months of January, February, March, April, May, June, and July 2023 in violation of condition number 5.
How do you plead to that? True or not true?
True, Your Honor.
Your Honor, we'll waive the remaining violated conditions.
No lawyer?
Any objections?
No objection.
Did you understand by pleading true to violation of condition number 5, the court could find it true, grant the motion, find you guilty, sentence you up to 20 years in prison and up to a $10,000 fine?
Did, Your Honor.
Knowing that, do you still wish to plead true to violation of condition number 5?
Yes, Your Honor.
Court will find violation of condition number 5 true. Is there an agreement?
There is, Your Honor. And that agreement is to adjudicate guilt, revoke this individual offers probation and the citizen to 7 years in the Texas Department of Corrections. And the state will take into consideration clause number 714449. Continue to check this.
All right, counsel, is that the agreement?
7 years.
Mr. Gomez, are you asking the court to follow that agreement?
Yes, Your Honor.
Are you waiving your right to appeal?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, the court will follow your agreement. The court will find you guilty, grant the motion, not grant you community supervision, sentence you to 7 years in the prison, give you credit for any time served, take in consideration 714449. There's an affirmative finding of deadly weapon. Has restitution been paid?
No, that's one of the reasons that this deal was made, Your Honor. The amount was in excess of $9,000.
All right, so it hasn't been paid? All right, there's to be restitution to Roy Rodriguez Jr.'s family. And what is the amount?
$972.
And the amount of $9,972. There's to be no contact other than by financial payment with Roy Rodriguez Jr.'s family. Anything else from either side with regards to sentencing?
No, Your Honor, and I believe you mentioned credit for all time served. I just want
Yes.
to make sure the court's aware. I believe as of today, he has 200.
All right, thank you. I'm going to show you what's entitled Trial Court Certification of Defendant's Rights to Appeal. Did you review that with your attorney? Did you understand it and did you sign it?
Yes, Your Honor. I did.
All right. because this is a plea bargain agreement, because I followed your plea bargain agreement, and because you waived your right to appeal, you do not have the court's permission to appeal. Because this is a felony conviction, you're not allowed to own or possess any weapons or ammunition. If you have a question over what a weapon or ammunition is, you'll need to speak to an attorney. Do you understand?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, we can go off the record. Mr. Gomez, you had a chance to be successful and be in the free world. You made choices, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, good luck to you. Do better.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Do better.
Michael Herrera.
Oh, the lawyer's here now. He's the guy who came up last time when he wasn't
All
called.
right, so do you have all the discovery in this case?
Yes, we do from the state.
All right. Has an offer been tendered?
Yes, Your Honor, and a counter offer has been tendered to the state,
Counter offer.
and they're going to consider it.
All right, Ms. Ferguson, on this case, can I have this reset for the second week in October for a plea deadline date? Yes. All right, October 12th. After that date, the court will not consider any plea bargain agreements without good cause. Otherwise, you have to plead open to the court. Do you understand? All right. Once you sign your reset form, you're excused. Armando Rodriguez. Are you all ready to proceed?
Yes.
Lots
All
of
right,
suits in
the
the
court is
courtroom.
calling 2022 CR 10589, State of Texas versus Armando Rodriguez. Can I have parties announced for the record for the state?
Daniel Escobar for the state of Texas.
Defense?
Megan Enriquez for Armando Rodriguez.
Are you Armando Rodriguez? I'm going to show you what's entitled Motion to Enter Adjudication of Guilt and Revoke Community Supervision and First Amendment Motion to Enter Adjudication of Guilt and Revoke Community Supervision. Did you review that document with your attorney? Did you understand it?
Yes, ma'am.
Counsel, do you waive the reading?
I
Oh,
do.
sorry, just one moment. I forgot to put this on the record. You've been recently appointed?
That's correct, Your Honor, and I was just going to address that with the court. I was appointed today.
All right.
Wow.
And counsel, are you prepared to proceed even though you were appointed today?
I am, Your Honor.
Mr. Rodriguez, do you understand that this attorney has been appointed to represent you today at the request of your previous attorney? And do you understand that your previous attorney is out for medical issues? Right. And do you understand that your attorney has 10 days to prepare for any hearing that we would have?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Knowing that, do you still wish to continue with this or would you like a reset?
No, that's fine.
Okay. All right. Mr. Rodriguez, I'm showing you what's entitled Motion to Enter Adjudication of Guilt and Revoke Community Supervision and First Amendment Motion to Enter Adjudication of Guilt and Revoke Community Supervision. Have you had a chance to review those with your attorney and did you understand them?
Yes, ma'am.
Are you the same Armando Rodriguez Jr. who's placed on deferred adjudication in 2022 CR 10589 for the offense of theft under $2,500 enhanced on June 1st, 2023 for a period of 3 years? Is that you?
Yes.
All right, state.
Violated condition number 4 in Bexar County, Texas. The defendant Armando Rodriguez Jr. did then and there fail to report to the supervision officer as directed for the month of July 2023 in violation of condition number 4.
How do you plead to that? True or not true?
Your Honor, state waives all the violations.
Any
No
objection? Did you understand by pleading true to violation of condition number 4, the court could find it true, grant the motion, find you guilty, sentence you up to 2 years in the state jail facility and up to a $10,000 fine?
Yes.
Knowing that, do you still wish to plead true to violation of condition number 4? I'm sorry?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, the court will find violation of condition number 4 true. Is there an agreement?
There is, Your Honor. It's going to be for the defendant to have a TAP and mental health evaluation while in custody and to follow the TAP recommendations. If it's inpatient, then bring back to court just to figure out where to go from there. And then ISP.
Okay. All right, is that the agreement?
Yes, Your Honor. The agreement was that the state would recommend that you deny the motion to revoke, continue him on supervision and alter and amend for those conditions.
Yes.
Judge, one last thing, the state is also gonna take into consideration its night mag number 726681.
All right. So, Mr. Rodriguez, what I'm being told is that they want to continue to work with you, that they think maybe your issues can be addressed by a TAP evaluation. The TAP evaluation is where they interview you to see if there are any drug or alcohol issues. And then they want to do a mental health evaluation to see if there's something that we can help you with in that area. Do you understand?
Yes.
All right. So that's going to take place while in custody. And counsel, if for any reason you think that it's taking too long, you can always bring it back to court and we'll see what's going on.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right. So, Mr. Rodriguez, is there anything else that you need other than for me to follow this agreement? All right. So I'm going to deny the motion, alternate amend conditions to include a TAP evaluation. We'll do the mental health evaluation, and that's to take place in custody. And I'm going to take in consideration night mag number 726681. All right, we can go off the record. Mr. Rodriguez, in this court, to be successful on probation, communication is key. Don't just disappear. If there's an issue, no matter what the issue is, talk to probation. If you feel like they're not addressing it, you can come to court and address it with me. All right? All right, thank you. Thank you, counsel.
Thank you, Judge.
Yes. I don't think the state has conferred with them. All right, we have.
I think they did confer.
All right, have you all conferred with Anton Hayek?
I thought he emailed you guys that he was telling you to confer with somebody.
There's no proof on what I found out downstairs. That's not right.
Yes, just give me one moment. Let me do this very quickly.
I like the little wiggly fingers
Right.
from
Uh,
Anton
no.
Hayek.
This goes in the Gomez. All right, Mr. Hayek, have you conferred with the state?
No,
Oh, okay.
it's
All right, well,
MPAG.
When are you able to be in court, Mr. Hayek?
Could be there tomorrow.
All right, we'll put it on Monday.
Let me look at Monday, Judge. I'm sorry. Just today, it's been a day I wish I hadn't gotten out of bed.
Oh, but you're out of bed, but you still, at your office. You're not at the courthouse, so that's a good thing.
And well, not if I don't keep you happy.
Oh,
I
I'm
didn't
happy.
really catch that we were set today, or that it wouldn't be a Zoom.
That's okay. And is your client Mr. Knight?
He's Eric Johnson.
All right, it's
No,
Eric
my
Johnson.
client's Johnson.
All right, so what we'll do is we're going
Can
to
I
recall
just talk
this.
to the state?
No,
Can I just
we're
talk
going
to
to
the
recall
state
this for
quickly
next
now?
week. No, we're going to recall
All right,
this
how
for
about-
next week. Ms. Ferguson, do you
how
want to
about
put
the
this on
27th?
Thursday of next week?
No. I'm out of town. How about Wednesday, the 27th?
Are you all okay to be here for Wednesday? All right, Mr. Johnson,
I'm
we're going to
here.
bring you back on Wednesday.
Okay, great.
Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor. Thank you, Norma.
And he's out. The guy's like, I wish I hadn't
All
gone to
right, Norma,
bed
does
today.
Mr. Knight have an attorney? Because it shows on here. Mr. Knight, where's,
There's your office. Try to ask them to hire somebody and what's going on.
all right, we'll take, Deputy Laura, can you hold him? Yes. That's okay. Can you recall him for Monday? All right, and I'll speak with Mr. Knight.
I wouldn't want my attorney to
So
be like, I
everyone,
wish I
we're
didn't
going to
get out of
call
bed today.
recall Mr. Knight for Monday. It assumes that maybe he wants to represent it himself.
Ooh.
And so that will be
Pro se.
for the 25th.
Monday pro se on Judge
And for
Boyd.
all the other attorneys who are strolling in here late, your case is being recalled for another day that is convenient for the court. And who do you have? So I'm taking up the matters with Umberto Saldana and Linda Corley, and that is all.
Two more and then our jury trial.
Who? Who are you here for? I'll take yours up, but, and it's for Patrick Sanchez? All right, I'll take that up.
Judge, I talked to Mr. Fairhead
She just
here,
get behind
and
the
he said
line.
The objections, basically, my client has two cases. This misdemeanor was
If you all write it in there.
yeah, I'm just trying to take a no contact order for a complaint that's standing on this case.
Okay,
So,
all right.
just have him sign that. Okay.
Have you all finished the paperwork on Sanchez?
Yes, sir.
Oh, thank you. And then Umberto Saldana.
Very light gray suit. This is much lighter suit color than I bought yesterday. I'll have to model the suit for
That's
you.
gonna have to, Deputy Laura,
Tailored.
if you'll hold on to Mr. Polly for this afternoon, and we'll do it during a break. I'm gonna take this plea, and then we're taking a break. All right, so Patrick Sanchez. Thank you. It's been a very busy day. Court is calling 2021 CR 4087, State of Texas versus Patrick Sanchez. Can I have parties announced for the record for the state?
Jason Gary, head, Your Honor.
Defense?
Orlando Castañon.
All right, and are you Patrick Sanchez?
Yes, Your Honor.
Counsel, have you received all of the discovery and did you review it with your client?
Yes, Judge.
Court will find that the state is in compliance with discovery. Mr. Sanchez.
We're going to get a short lunch break after this.
Did you review the true bill of indictment with your attorney? Did you understand it?
Yes, ma'am.
Counsel, do you waive the reading of the indictment?
I do, Judge.
State, are you proceeding on the indictment as presented?
No, Your Honor, we're waiving the paragraph.
Any objections to the waiver?
No, Judge.
Mr. Sanchez, I'm showing you what's entitled court admonishments and defendants waivers and admonitions. Did you review that with your attorney? Did you understand it?
Yes,
Did you sign it in all the appropriate places?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, did you understand you're charged with aggravated assault against a public servant? That's a first-degree felony. Range of punishment is anywhere from 5 to 99 years or life in prison and up to a $10,000 fine. Did you understand?
No.
If you have a plea bargain agreement with the state, the court does not have to follow your plea. If for any reason the court doesn't follow your plea and gives you more than you bargained for, the fact that you entered a plea will not be used against you and you will be allowed to withdraw your plea. Did you understand?
No.
Did you understand you have a right to jury trial, a right for you or your attorney to cross-examine and confront any witnesses the state would call in the right to remain silent?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you understand by entering this plea bargain agreement, you were giving up those rights?
Yes, ma'am.
And did you intend to give up those rights and enter into a plea?
Yes, ma'am.
Counsel, has your client been able to provide you with any defenses?
He's been able to assist his defense, Judge.
Do you believe he has a rational as well as a factual understanding of the charges against him?
I do.
Do you believe he's currently competent and was legally sane at the time of the offense?
Yes, Judge.
Mr. Mr. Sanchez, has anyone threatened you, coerced you, or placed you in fear to get you to enter this plea?
No, ma'am.
Has anyone promised you anything other than the plea?
No, ma'am.
Are you satisfied with the way you've been represented?
Yes, ma'am.
Are you a U.S. citizen?
Yes, ma'am.
Court will find that defendant has knowingly and voluntarily waived his right to jury trial. Showing you the plea bargain page. Did you review that with your attorney? Did you understand it and did you sign it?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you understand, according to the plea bargain agreement, punishment is to be assessed at 8 years in the prison and there are no applications? Is that the plea?
It is, Judge.
Is that the plea?
It is, Your Honor.
Showing you the waiver of appeal paragraph. Did you review that with your attorney? Did you understand it? Did you sign it in both places?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you understand by signing that you're waiving your right to appeal? The only items that can be appealed are written pretrial motions that have been filed, heard, and ruled upon by the court. Did you understand?
Yes, ma'am.
Counsel, are there any submissions?
No, Judge.
All right. Did you understand that if I find that there was a weapon involved, that I could make a determination that there's an affirmative finding of a deadly weapon?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Knowing that, do you still wish to continue with the plea?
You want to move forward with the plea?
Yeah.
I'm sorry?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Then to the offense as charged, how do you plead? Guilty, not guilty, or no contest? State any evidence?
Yes, Your Honor, state exhibit number 1 with all these attachments.
Any objections?
No, Judge.
Showing you what's entitled Wavering Consent to Stipulation of Testimony and Stipulations. Did you review that with your attorney? Did you understand it? Did you sign it in all the appropriate places?
Yes, ma'am.
Again, did you understand you have a right to jury trial, a right for you or your attorney to cross-examine and confront any witnesses the state would call and the right to remain silent?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you understand that today the state will be presenting evidence in the form of witnesses' statements and police reports, but most importantly, there will be no live testimony? Did you understand?
Yes, ma'am.
Court will find that defendant has knowingly and voluntarily waived and consented to stipulation of testimony and stipulations. Court will accept into evidence states exhibits 1 and attachments and review the same. All right. After reviewing states exhibits 1 and attachments, the court will find there is sufficient evidence to find you guilty, and the court will find you guilty. Are you proceeding with sentencing?
Yes, Judge.
Court will follow your agreement, sentence you to 8 years in the prison, give you credit for any time served, and there's an affirmative finding of deadly weapon. Going to show you what's entitled Trial Court Certification of Defendant's Rights to Appeal. Did you review that with your attorney? Did you understand it, and did you sign it?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, because this is a plea bargain agreement, because I followed your plea bargain agreement, and because you waive your right to appeal, you do not have the court's permission to appeal. Do you understand?
Yes, ma'am.
And because this is a felony conviction, you're not allowed to own or possess any weapons or ammunition. If you have a question over what a weapon or ammunition is, you'll need to speak to an attorney. You understand?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, we can go off the record. So what was happening with you that day?
I was going through some positive numbing in my life. I just had, my mom had passed away, and it was just a bunch of.
Yeah, I'm sorry to hear about your mom's passing, but from here on out, everything that you do, you need to try to make her proud, okay?
Yeah.
All right, good luck to you.
Thank
you, Judge. Maybe excuse me.
Yes. Thank you for your patience.
Madam President?
Yes. And then we're going to be back at probably more like 1:45.
Okay, Judge just cut off the feed. The feed is down, which means she's going to be back at 1:45, which is, it's only 12:45 there right now. So we get an hour, just over an hour of lunch. And then we're going to start this this jury trial this afternoon. It's going to be exciting. It's going to be exciting. I hope we just have defense and prosecution that speaks quickly and clearly. That's all I'm asking. Mary Braun, how do I get a little emoji next to my name? Those emojis are for members. Either you win a membership when you're gifted one by when somebody purchases one and gifts it to eligible participants, or you can purchase one yourself. But if you type !gifts in chat and then click the link that pulls up, make sure you move the setting to the right on that to accept gifts on this channel, and that can work. Gifts with an S on the end. Sorry. There we go. We got Daryl Brooks. You knew it was coming. Daryl Brooks pops up automatically. Interesting cases this morning. Interesting cases and very diverse as well. So what time Eastern time? We're an hour behind, right? Because they're Central time. We're Eastern time. So she's going to be, it's going to be 2:45. So we'll start at 2:30, and it's 1:30 right now, or 1:40. So we got a 50-minute break. Have some lunch. Kick back. Take it easy for a little while. It is Thursday after all, or as Judge Boyd says, Friday Eve. Is that, or wasn't it? I thought it was like pre-Friday Eve or something. But
For the record, I don't consent to that.
Don't consent to that name. Thank you, Mr. Brooks. Appreciate that. That judge did have patience with you, Mama. Judge Dara was incredible. Almost too much patience. We almost got impatient with her being patient. But that was a lot of fun. It was enjoyable to see that administration of justice. Look at that. CC just gifted a membership. Let's see who that one went to. Let's see. That one went to, wait for it. It's being gifted out. Ziggy Likens. Ziggy Likens. Congratulations. And thank you, CC, for gifting a membership. That's very kind of you. So the trial we're waiting for this afternoon with Judge Boyd is a jury trial, and it is Texas via Melvin Owens. It's assault with a deadly weapon in front of Judge Boyd. So we're going to see. It's one of the rare cases we follow where there was no death apparently. So murder was not involved. We're going to follow that one, see how it goes. Yes, the Maya trial. For those who are interested, the Maya trial is being covered over on Law and Crime. This is it's a very difficult case. I know I got a lot of people asking me to cover it, and a lot of people asking me, please don't cover it. And the issues, there's a lot of issues as to why we can't and why it makes it difficult. But if you do want to watch that, that's being covered right now on Law and Crime right now. So let's see. Casey Smith, good morning. Good to have you here. It is family violence assault. It is. This is a family violence assault with a deadly weapon. This whole week for the judge was family violence week. So it's a domestic issue.
I'm not a cat.
Okay. I think that's all. I think we can take our lunch break. We can get some food, maybe a little bit of shut-eye for those of us that need a little nap. I don't know. I woke up this morning bright and early, about 8 o'clock. And I go live at 9, and I got a little too much sleep, but I felt tired after having too much sleep. Unique Detail says started watching Murdaugh season 2 last night. Is that the Netflix series? I have not watched those. Let's see. The Maya trials in recess till tomorrow morning. Okay, good to know. Let's see if there's anything else we need to cover. Judge Boyd is amazing. She really does. Honestly, even when she cracks down, comes down on somebody pretty hard, she's doing it because she's seen this same set of events play out in people's lives. And she says, look, the path you're on, you think you're going to get to where you want to go, and it won't lead you there. And she's like, I'm coming down on this because this is the right thing to do. And she does it so that they can, get the wake-up call she needs, that they need. So it's going to be really good. Julie says, it's almost bedtime here, 6:40 p.m. Julie, thanks for being here. It's wonderful to have you here each day. Catch you back in a bit. Says Ricky, got the cattle action going on. Where's the beef? Where's the beef, Ricky? So yeah, lots of stuff going on in the world of true crime right now. Both the Flower website and our court gave us 75 characters. Yes, 75 characters today. It was quick. We did get the flowers ordered. They are headed her way. We are going to have the flower shop call and inform the court clerk of the delivery so that if there are any problems with the arrangement, they can make sure it doesn't cause any problems in the court. And we did send a message from all of you, and I took the liberty to include that this arrangement was for the judge and her staff. To let them know that we appreciate the hard work they do off camera that makes court happen. I think a lot of times the people in the background don't get the recognition they deserve, and they work hard as well. So we've got that going that way. What is the program you have on the monitor in the back with all the small windows? Caveman, that is not a program. That is an output from hardware. And it's this hardware piece right here. This is an ATEM Mini Extreme ISO, which is made by Blackmagic Design. And it's an 8-port HDMI switcher. And it's also what streams it, encodes, and sends the signal straight to YouTube. So this is how my signal, if I hit this button, the stream stops. So it doesn't require any computers, just has an internet connection and video inputs in, and then it can show a multi-display. Anyway, I'm running out of music, so tonight when you go home, please hug the people you love, smile at someone, make their day just a little bit better, and please stay safe till we go live again after lunch in about 45 minutes. We'll see you guys. Thanks.